District 1 should be here. District 2, District 3, District 4, District 1. Is District 1 here? Hey ladies, ladies, hi. You all please, when you come up, please come up in order of your district that you're appointed to. You're going to come up at the same time, so it will be helpful now. Line up now, according to your districts, okay? Could you all please sit according to your districts and line up? Like District 1 should be here, District 2, District 3, District 4, District 1. Is District 1 here? Hey ladies, hi. You all please, when you come up, please come up in order of your district that you're appointed to. You're going to come up at the same time, so it will be helpful now. Line up now, according to your districts, okay? Could you all please sit according to your districts and line up? Like District 1 should be here, District 2, District 3, District 4, District 1. Is District 1 here?
Good afternoon. I am Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Council. It is Monday, November 4th, 2024, and I would ask the clerk to call the opening roll.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of the Council. We have Council President Doug Shipman,
Present.
Council Member Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large. Council Member Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large.
Here.
Council Member Jason H. Winston, District 1.
Here.
Council Member Amir Faroki, District 2.
Here.
Council Member Byron G. Amos, District 3. Council Member Jason Dozer, District 4.
Present.
Council Member Liliana Bacchiari, District 5. Council Member Alex Wan, District 6. Council Member Howard Shook, District 7. Council Member Mary Norwood, District 8.
Call the opening roll.
Council Member Dustin Hillis, District 9. Council Member Andrea O'Boone, District 10.
Present.
Council Member Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Council Member Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Here.
Mr. President, we do have a quorum of members present.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was sent out ahead of time. If there are no changes or corrections to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt.
District 4.
Moved by Councilmember Lewis. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. We can do. Is there any discussion on the adoption of the agenda? We do this by unanimous consent without any objection. Is there any objection to the motion to adopt?
District 8.
Call the opening roll.
Councilmember Dustin Hillis,
We've
District
got a
9.
lag in the audio.
Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10.
Present.
Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Here.
Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Thank you. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion agenda was sent out ahead of time. If there are no changes or corrections to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt.
District 4.
Moved by Councilmember Lewis. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. We'll give it just a moment on the lag on the audio. The adoption of the agenda. We do this by unanimous consent without any objection. Is there any objection to the motion to adopt? Call the opening roll.
Councilmember Dustin Hillis,
We've
District
got a
9.
lag in the audio.
Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10.
Present.
Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Here.
Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Thank you. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion.
District 3.
If there are no changes. Councilmember Lewis, is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. We'll give it just a the agenda. We do this by unanimous consent without any objection. Is there any objection to the motion to adopt? Call the opening roll.
Councilmember Dustin Hillis,
We've
District
got a
9.
lag in the audio.
Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent. Thank you.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion.
District 3.
If there are no changes. Just a moment. consent without any objection. Is there any objection to the motion to adopt?
District 8.
Call the opening roll.
Councilmember Justin Hills,
Oh, we got
District
a
9.
lag in the audio.
Councilmember Andrea Ogun, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent. Thank you.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion,
District
if
3.
there are no changes. Just a moment. Agenda,
Councilmember Howard
we
Schultz,
do this to
District
unanimous
6.
consent without any objection. Is there any objection to the motion to adopt?
District 8.
Call the opening roll. We got a lag in the audio.
Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Madam Clerk, please sound the count. We're going to see if we can continue. Next on the agenda is the invocation. We don't have a guest today, so we'll be taking a moment of silence, but let me ask if there are any remembrances for my colleagues. Before we take a moment of silence, Councilman Winston.
Thank you, Council President. I just ask everyone to keep my neighbor, friend, Paul Zuka, in your thoughts and prayers. My longtime neighbor passed away this past week. Someone that was a stalwart in the Grant Park neighborhood, former neighborhood president. Many people in this building knew him and knew about his long-term just leadership roles that he's had over the various years. I know he served in many capacities on commissions and boards that he's been appointed to in the District 1 seat. Also a good friend of many of you, including Councilmember Norwood. So continue to keep him, his partner John, and their son Dylan in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to take the time to acknowledge the passing of my grandmother, Essie Bryant, who passed away on October 25th at the age of 91. She spent most of her entire life as a nurse, over 50 years in the nursing practitioner, serving military veterans and their families out in Augusta. My late grandfather, her husband, retired from the Army and at the time Fort Gordon, now Fort Eisenhower. And she is someone who not only the nursing community is missing, but several legacy community members and residents and faith communities are missing her as well out in the Augusta community. And so keep the Bryant family and the Dozier family in your thoughts and prayers as we honor her legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I would like to acknowledge the passing of Big Jack Bentley and send every prayer I can to the Bentley family from Jonesboro Road. Prayers to Quaquita Bentley, prayers to Quanae Bentley, and prayers to Miss Mama Bentley from Jonesboro Road community, real stalwarts in the community, people who've been around forever. And also prayers to Pastor Dre Bentley, who was almost like an uncle or father figure to me growing up. He and Big Jack, as we know him at the time period, taught us a lot in basketball, and they would open up the camp for us and open up the gym for us when we grew up. They used to always have to drive us to College Park at times because the recreation centers in our area weren't built as well as the ones in College Park at the time period. But just for them to take the time and take some kids from Jonesboro Road who didn't have people in their lives at that time, it meant a lot to us. So prayers out to the Bentley family, and I will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to lift up Gwendolyn Mosby, the mother of Natalie Mosby Archibong, who served 20 years on this body. She lost her mom on Friday, and so I want to keep Natalie and her daughter Miriam in our thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to lift up the name of Mr. Charles Sanders, who was a entrepreneur at the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport at the shoeshine stand for many, many decades, who has passed away at the ripe old age of 85. If you were I guess, predominantly male traveler through the airport, if you wanted to look your best at all points away from Atlanta, you stopped by his booth and had him work his magic on you. He passed this week, and so we want to lift up his family and all those who benefited from his hard work.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis?
I want to lift up the name of Quincy Jones in this building. I want to make sure that we send every prayer we can to his family, every prayer to everyone ever affected by him. I know I'm a couple generations below, but he has affected the soundtrack to my life, the lives of people to come, lives of people who've went before us. So lift up the name Quincy Jones to all he's done to music and everything else in the world for all, but specifically black people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to lift up the name of John Brown, longtime CDC employee. He leaves behind his wife, Sharae, and his son, Jackson. Prayers to their family and friends. With these names and those who are unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence?
I was, yeah, I want to add to that. Yeah.
Oh, Councilmember Bond?
Just want to add some remarks about the immortal Quincy Jones, who many people, though he would seem to be West Coast oriented, had a tremendous impact here in Atlanta and Atlanta's history, playing at such clubs, of course, as the Royal Peacock, the Le Carousel, and Pascal's, the Living Room Lounge. I mean, all of the old haunts from the 50s and 60s and 70s in our community, working with artists that run the gamut from his good friend and Georgia native Ray Charles, and at times James Brown, and many, many others. Most people don't realize the width and breadth and depth of his musical contributions. Everything from working with famous jazz and R&B artists to scoring movies and television series such as Ironside, Sanford and Son. His music popped up in modern movies like Austin Powers. You know, I mean, just the gamut goes on and on and on. He was a contributor, I believe, early to the Trumpet Awards that were held here in Atlanta, and he just had a tremendous impact surrounding most of us that we are so unaware of how many he became the go-to person in the late 60s and 70s when scoring television shows and music, and of course in his own right was a great philanthropist. And of course, probably most famous, his work he did with Michael Jackson on both of his albums was Off the Wall and Thriller, which for some of us became the soundtrack of our young lives. So I want to join my colleague in acknowledging his passing.
Thank you. Any others? With those and those unnamed, would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next, we will move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First, I would like to invite Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to the podium, and all of those who are here to honor the 14 Karat Gold Band to join us up on the dais.
want to say good afternoon to everyone, members of the public, and all those who are present. It is really a privilege and an honor today to honor some of Atlanta's greatest unsung musicians that have had a tremendous impact on Atlanta's culture and community almost for 5 decades now. So we want to find out what you all eat and drink, because you all look great to have been around that long. We're going to be honoring the 14 Karat Gold Band here in the city of Atlanta. And I have a proclamation that reads in pertinent part, whereas in 1984, a remarkable convergence of musical talent occurred in Atlanta, Georgia, when the TAMs handpicked an exceptional group, or this should be 64, an exceptional group of musicians who would become known as 14 Karat Gold, whereas the distinguished ensemble, comprising of 7 members, including 5 lead vocalists and a 3-piece horn section, have demonstrated extraordinary versatility in performing music spanning from big band standards to contemporary hits with particular mastery in soul, R&B, beach music, and disco. And whereas the 14 Karat Gold has maintained an impressive legacy of a performance of excellence, having conducted over 300 shows annually from 1982 to 1992, reaching audiences across the nation in venues ranging from nightclubs to auditoriums to the prestigious Atlanta Symphony establishments and others. Whereas the band has made significant contributions in Atlanta's cultural landscape, participating in historical events including the first and second Auburn Avenue festivals, performing at the 1996 Olympics in Centennial Park, and earning an introduction to the Georgia Music Hall of Fame alongside the TAMs at the Atlanta High Museum of Art, being inducted in 1991. And whereas solemnly acknowledging and honoring the memory of those band members who have passed away, including Ronald Gadden, Henry Jody Ford, John Breeze Williams, Nihilus Cooley Foster, Philip McMillan, Greg Lewis, Lester Jordan, and Jamal Thomas, whose contributions to the band's legacy will remain eternal. Whereas we recognize the living members and all 23 musicians who have been a part of this illustrious ensemble, each contributing to the unique talents to create an unforgettable music experience that has enriched the cultural fabric of Atlanta and beyond. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Atlanta, do hereby honor 14 Karat Gold and their outstanding contributions to music, dedication, to the community service, their enduring impact on the Atlanta's cultural heritage, and hereby proclaim this day as 14 Karat Gold Day in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, 14 Karat Gold.
Thank you.
We got a camera back there? You got it? You know, you don't have to sit in the colored section anymore. We're all free now.
We'd like to say on behalf of the TAMs with the 14 Karat Gold Band, my name is Michael Jackson. I named the band in 1982, and we were fortunate enough to have a team of guys that rivals anybody in Atlanta. We've got guys, and he read the names of the people that aren't here and the original members. But I'd like to say the TAMs gave us a vehicle to be a part of a lot of big things because they were stars, but we were the engine that made them. And it's great to be acknowledged by Mr. Bond and his body. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Any of our colleagues want to make a remark? Mr. Lewis? No, this is the only time you got. This is your day. You know what I'm saying?
Here you go. Here we go. Here we go.
I just want to say thank you, Michael. Most of these guys in this band we played with 14 Karat Gold. Peebo Bryson, the drummer here, played with Engelbert Humperdinck for 11 years, if anybody remember him. This guy right here, yeah, he's with After 7. He plays with them right now. We played with the SOS Band. I got 2 gold albums with the SOS Band. So these are a bunch of, quiet as it's kept, a bunch of great musicians that's standing up here now. So I just want to thank God for being around such great musicians even up to this day. So thank you so much.
Well, I like to say a lot of people might not remember me, but you should remember my father, Duke Pearson. He was a pianist and producer on Blue Note Records for a number of years. And when I was a 10-year-old child, he gave me a trumpet and told me to tell my band director I'm a trumpet player. And to be honest with you, I can't believe I'm still playing at my age. I'm still active. I get calls to go out of town. Not out of the country, I don't like that. But anyway, I still play a lot at Bishop Bronner's Church out in Six Flags, Dale Bronner's Church. I've been out there for 19 years. So, but that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Wow, I can't believe they're making me say something. But I remember your father. You said something about the living room lounge, and I used to play there, and he used to come there. But thankful these guys for being a catalyst in my career. I've had a chance to do some incredible things that a boy who grew up at 609 Griffin Street here in Atlanta never thought he would do. And it's been an amazing thing, man, to travel the world as a musician. And just thank you all for recognizing our talents. Thank you.
Y'all might know who my dad is, Barry White, so y'all might know. But no, I want to thank these guys for giving me the opportunity to play with them. When I was a young kid, I was on the road touring, and they let me come into the group and take his space because he was out touring with everybody. And I just appreciate everybody recognizing us. And I want to say thank y'all. Y'all might think I'm a little young cat, but I'm almost 60 years old, so thank y'all.
I just want to do whatever he do. But they say plastic surgery was his choice method of taking care of himself. When I heard Mr. Pearson talk about his father, Mr. Pearson, I was remiss and I wanted to step up. I tell my wife all the time, I used to play the guitar, the piano, and I used to be in the choir, right? I only did all of them for 1 year. You know why? I wasn't that good at them. But what I was trying to tell her is that the city of Atlanta, we try it, right? In families, the investment in young people. We wanted to try it out. When we talk about Atlanta influencing everything and understanding what music is. And so I truly appreciate you all and your impact on not only music, your impact on Atlanta still influencing everything. When we listen to the beat makers of today, we know that the world has been coming to Atlanta for the tunes forever. And so you say 50 years, and I want to say 50 more years. I want to wish you 50 more years of success because the way y'all looking, man, I appreciate y'all. Congratulations again. Let's go. Let's get it.
Don't these guys look good? No, give them a round of applause. 66 years old. You all look like y'all went and met Robert Johnson down by where the three roads meet. If you don't, at the crossroads. If you all don't know the history of the blues, you would know that story. But thank you, and of course, in honor of you all's association with the TAMs, if you all have heard that current Walmart commercial, be young, be foolish, be happy, these are the men who made that happen. All right, so let's do what we do best. Let's take a picture. Let's call all the members up.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite council members Boone, Overstreet, and Norwood forward to, and all of those who are here to recognize the Atlanta Commission on Women to join us on the dais.
All honorees today, please come forward. The Atlanta Commission on Women. Will you all come on down a little further? Come down. Will our council members stand behind the honorees? Will all council members come forward? District 1 right here, District 2. We'll do District 6 right here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
So we're going to our chairs?
No, no. 6, no. 6, no, we're not. Will our at-large appointees come down on this end? If you'll stand back in the line, please. And now we will have a short video featuring the Atlanta Commission on Women. Shh.
For literacy, employment opportunities, housing, and resources that would help women to better themselves. Today, we are coming back to the city of Atlanta with another 19 individuals that has been selected and appointed.
I love the city of Atlanta and everything that it stands for. And to be a part of this commission, I look forward to bringing my talents to the table to move Atlanta forward, especially around our amazing women of this city.
I'm happy for the appointment, to be surrounded by such wonderful, dynamic women who hope to do positive and interactive change within the city of Atlanta in honor of all Atlanta women.
I'm super excited just because aside from being the youngest in the room, I feel like I'm able to just be amongst women that want the betterment of other women. Women that I can look up to, women that can mentor me, women that I can learn from. I think that's what I'm most excited about, just being surrounded and immersed in greatness.
Remarks by our chairperson, Anissa Farrell, District 3 appointee. Let's give our chair a hand.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I am very excited about this opportunity to stand alongside Atlanta Commissioner on Women. These individuals are 15 and 16 individuals that advocate for women's rights, issues, and for the better of this community. As the chair, I am also excited to stand along these individuals as they represent each district and service these districts and understand the needs of our community. Together, we are striving and advocating to create a meaningful change that will positively impact the lives of families throughout the city of Atlanta, and we are actively working and on the move.
Next, our Vice Chair, Candace Allen Mitchell, Esquire.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Candace Mitchell, and I'm proud to serve as the Commission's Vice Chair, appointed to District 7. I'd like to send a heartfelt thank you to our council for continuing to prioritize this commission. We live in an incredibly diverse city where the challenges can vary across all social strata. But even through the progress we've made as a nation and as a city, we know that it is as important as ever to identify those gaps that lead to disparities for women and where those challenges continue to persist. Our goal is to help build bridges to the solutions that make Atlanta a more equitable city where all can thrive. So thank you all for this recognition and the opportunity to do the work.
District 2 appointee, Jan Prisby Bryson.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be with you this afternoon. It is also a pleasure to serve on this commission. When I think about women in the time that we're living in, we get behind and push our folks forward constantly. And nothing's more important than commissions and organizations to lift up women for all of the reasons that have already been mentioned. It is my pleasure, and thank you all for being here with us today. Congratulations, ladies.
Carly Swift, Esquire.
Thank you. I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen of the Atlanta City Council for this opportunity. As we gather to discuss issues facing our city, it's important that we emphasize the vital role that women play in shaping our community and our community's future. And I'd like to share a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt: "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams." And this sentiment resonates deeply with our mission to empower women in Atlanta. We're not just advocating for equality, we're cultivating a future where women's voices can be heard and every dream can be nurtured. And in Atlanta, women are leaders, they're innovators, and they're change makers, like everyone who is serving on this commission. But we still face significant challenges, from gender-based violence to economic disparities. And so it's essential that we create policies and initiatives that not only address these issues, but also support women's advancement. So as we continue to work hard to support women in Atlanta, let us dream boldly, let us act decisively, and together we can build an Atlanta that truly reflects all of our values. Thank you.
And now the Honorable District 11 Council Member, Marcy Collier Overstreet.
We want to call out the names of our wonderful Commission on Women, because this Recognition Day is something that really does resonate with women, especially now when it seems that we have to let everyone know how important it is that women are seen and heard properly, and no one can take our rights away. So this commission is at the foundation of that. District 1, Meredith Lilly, Esquire. District 2, Jan Bryson. District 3, Anissa Farrell. District 4, Larisha Danny Craig. District 6, Ashley Keys, my chef. Here comes Councilmember Westmoreland. District 7, Candace Allen Mitchell. District 8, DeAndrea Nikki Foreman. Councilmember Boone.
District 10, Kajar Anderson.
District 11, Maria Williams. I'm going to come down there.
District 12, Takesha Shields. Post 1 at large, Cree Montague. Post 2 at large, Vernetta Nuruddin. Post 3, Annette Abernathy. Atlanta City Council President's Office, Carly Swift, Esquire. And we have a very, very special award for our staff person who works tirelessly to make this commission go night and day. Let's give a hand for Bridget Brown. And now we will have remarks from members of the Atlanta City Council.
So I truly want to say thank you to Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, Councilmember Andrea Boone, and for putting this commission together, for your forward thinking, innovation on thinking about what Atlanta needs. And the person who I appointed, Ms. T.K. Shields, in District 12, to know what you do for us. She runs an organization called Mothers Against Gang Violence, and they've been, and they're an organization that doesn't receive funding from the city or funding from the county. They figured out ways to take care of my district. They pay for funerals. Then they take care of the whole community in different ways. Today, she actually started a school in her building in which she helps young people get their GED. Young people who were put out of school or who are no longer in school get GEDs and high school diplomas right on Cleveland Avenue. So thank you for what you all are doing. But want to highlight Miss TK, young TK Shields from District 12. Thank you again.
I want to thank my colleagues, Andrea Boone and Marcy Collier Overstreet, for putting this together. All of us women who have been in business, who have been in government, who have raised families, who have dealt with many, many challenges, having that camaraderie and the expertise and knowledge that y'all can share among yourselves and make our city better is phenomenal. So I am delighted to be part of this today, and congratulations, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you to Councilmembers Overstreet and Boone and Norwood, and to each of you who serve on this commission. You know, this is an act of belief in the future. It is an act of faith that we can get better, but it is also your precious time. And each of you are doing so many things in the community. For you to be willing to give your time to the city and to our future is one that we do not take lightly and that we are very appreciative. And so I just want to say thank you for giving us your time.
The Honorable Matt Westmoreland.
Thank you, Chair Boone. Two quick comments. One, thank you to each of you for your service to this city. And second, this presentation is timely because I'm excited that tomorrow this country is going to elect its first woman president. So thank you all for being here ahead of that historic moment.
The Honorable Michael Julian Bond.
Thank you, Council Members Boone and Overstreet, for making this happen. Thank all of the women, especially my appointee, Cree, who is great. Well, how can I say this without being impartial? If there's such a thing as greatness among equals. I believe that the post-1 appointment has that greatness among the equals. But I want to thank all of the women who give of their time and their effort and their intellectual talent to highlight the issues in the city of Atlanta to make things better for all of the women in the city of Atlanta. Because as the status of women goes, the community is inextricably linked and tied to the position of women in our society. So the more that we improve and enhance that situation, the more that our families are enhanced, the more that our communities are enhanced, the more that our businesses are enhanced. So thank you, ladies. In the spirit of the great Athena, we appreciate you, we uplift you, and we please humbly take these simple laurels that we lay at your feet. God bless you and Godspeed.
The Honorable Jason Winston.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone, Overstreet, and Norwood for helping getting this commission on the ground. Special thanks to each one of these women who stepped up to be part of this commission. As a father of 2 young girls, I think now about nationally how women's rights are under assault right now and how timely it is to have this commission for bright-minded women to be able to lead the way for the city of Atlanta. And so I thank you all for being part of this. I thank you for being role models and leaders so that our little girls can grow up to aspire to be just like you. So thank you so much.
The Honorable Byron D. Amos.
You know, I just had to come and tell the truth. This is the dream team. We talk about teams we have assembled and sent to the Olympics, at the national championships. When you look at the list of who's who on this commission, you have on your own individual rights been superstars. I have worked with you personally. You have experience all the way from the White House down to my house, because I have been led, I have had the pleasure of following, and a couple of you have been able to push me on this journey that we are on. But as my colleague Winston talked about, you know, as a girl's dad and a girl's granddad, I have no future. I have no doubt that the future of this city is in good hands. And I can say to my babies and grandbabies, keep going, because I know you ladies will pave the way. So thank you.
Good afternoon, y'all. I just want to echo what was said before in just appreciation of Councilmembers Boone and Overstreet for y'all's leadership in making this commission what it is today. To get it off the ground, is to say, because we know the women who are part of this commission are really who make this commission what it is today. As was echoed, and Councilmember Amos and Councilmember Jason Winston, we have a lot of girl dads on this body, and we know that it's because but and Councilmember Bond as well. And so a lot of the lessons that we take and that we bring into our homes is because of the leadership of the women on this body, the women who make this city what it is, so special. And one thing I will add too, I was raised by a single mom, y'all. And being raised by such a strong woman and being in the role that I am today, in the place I'm in today, because of women like her, like my aunties, it really means a lot that we're giving back to the women of the city in this way, in this celebration. And we want to say thank you all for being who you are and supporting the work that goes day in, day out to make this city what it is. We appreciate you, and we're going to continue to appreciate you beyond today, beyond tomorrow with it being election day, but in the years to come, because we know how special y'all are to all of us in our personal lives, but we know how special y'all are to the city of Atlanta as well. So thank you once again.
The Honorable Amir Faroqi.
We all do what Councilmember Chair Boone tells us to do. And when this was starting, she said, no speeches, no speeches. And then she looked at me and said, you better come up here. So yeah. But I want to acknowledge all my colleagues have deftly and articulately captured the power of this group of women in this commission. But I want to acknowledge what I believe is the roots of this commission, which is, I believe this commission started when Mayor Franklin was in office. And if I'm wrong, someone can correct me, but I think that's the case. But it's a testament to what happens when we have women in leadership. This commission would not have existed, most likely, if not for a female mayor. And it has stood the course and stayed the course because it's kind of like, of course, why wouldn't we have a commission of this nature? And I want to thank all the women for dedicating your time and your voices to address all sorts of issues we should be thinking about as a city across the spectrum of gender equity. And I just want to say thank you, especially to my district appointee, Ms. Jan Bryson, who is a force of nature on her own, and I'm glad to call you my neighbor and my friend. But to all of you, thank you very much for your dedication, commitment to the city, and to women across the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
We would also like to recognize our new COO, LaShondra Burks. The city of Atlanta is now run by a woman. Ms. Burks, if you would come on up. LaShondra Burks, City of Atlanta, COO.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to each of you. And a special thanks to Councilmember Boone. I too, Councilmember, do what she tells me to do. And Councilmember Overstreet as well for your work to reinvigorate this actual commission. I can tell you, I know that you all heard from Mayor Dickens earlier and he expressed his thanks to you all. But this one thought it not robbery that I, as the woman COO for the city of Atlanta, come to just say thank you. Thank you for all the work that you have done. I do know that it takes a lot for a woman to balance things and then still have the time to give to their community. So just a big, big thank you to each of you, and we appreciate you.
Soon, this commission will release their calendar of activities, which include financial literacy, which include helping our seniors remain in their homes, and an array of other activities, health fairs. They will be all over the city making things happen. So look out for their calendar of events. And now we will have our official photo. Women, if you would please step forward.
You can get that copy. A lot of donating time.
Thank you. Finally, today, I'd like to invite Councilmember Winston forward and all of those who are here for the recognition of Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. to please join us up in the back.
You can get that copy. A lot of donating time. I got it.
Thank you. Finally, today, I'd like to invite Councilmember Winston forward and all of those who are here for the recognition of Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. to please.
I got it.
Thank you. Finally, today, I'd like to invite Councilmember Winston forward and all of those who are here for the recognition of Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. to please. Thank you. Finally, today, I'd like to invite Councilmember Winston forward and all of those who are here for the recognition of Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. to please.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Finally, today, I'd like to invite Councilmember Winston forward and all of those who are here for the recognition of Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. to please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Jason Winston again, council member for Atlanta's District 1, and today we are here to honor 50 years of service. 50 years to Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr., pastor at Brown Avenue Missionary Baptist Church in the Lakewood and also the South Atlanta community, where he has served as the pastor since 1974, y'all. So can we give a congratulations to them? So we've got his family up here. We just want to thank everyone for being part of this celebration today. As we honor him, we're going to let a couple of his family members speak, but we thank him for being a stalwart in the community, everything he's done for the community. We'll talk about some of those things. We'll let some people talk about the specific examples of how he has led in the community. But we appreciate you all for being there. And first, we're going to bring up Devontae Singletary, and we'll let you say a few words. Youngest grandchild.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Devontae Singletary. It is truly an honor to stand here today as we recognize a man who has profoundly shaped my life, but also those others in this great city of Atlanta. He just celebrated his 90th birthday yesterday, and I'm grateful for the chance to speak on his behalf. Growing up next door to him for 17 years, I had the privilege of watching him live out values that had become the cornerstone of my own life: respect, kindness, devotion to family, integrity in business, and definitely unwavering faith. My grandfather taught me not only how to be a man, but also a man of God. He showed me the importance of speaking up, making my voice heard, and even on days like tomorrow, where we will all come together and make a decision on who will be the next president. It is truly an honor to say thank you, and I love you, Papa.
Okay, we just say happy birthday real quick. 90 years young. Next, we'll bring up sister-in-law, Cindy Stroud. Daughter-in-law.
I'm the daughter. I'm the daughter. Yes. Yes, the daughter. In King James Bible, Proverbs 22:1 says, "A good man is rather to be chosen than great riches and loving favor, rather than silver and gold. Our parents moved from Sylvester, Worth County, Georgia in 1957. Their plans were to survive for 67 years as a man, a wife, and they have only survived, but they have truly been a blessed and by the hand of the Lord, but maintained their humble ways. And they have some sleepless nights, but they knew how to trust in the Lord. The name may not be known throughout the city of Atlanta, of the state of Georgia, but their names are definitely known by the people they love. Their grandchildren, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, siblings, nieces and nephews, aunts, cousins, church members, and all that call their friends. For the past 50 years, they have truly been a great example to the members of the Brown Avenue Missionary Baptist Church, and we can't thank the Lord enough for such a wonderful couple in our lives. And we say congratulations to Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. on the behalf of recognizing the spiritual commitment and services. May the Lord continue to bless and keep you and Mother Thelma Rice in your prayers. We love you, Mommy and Daddy. Congratulations.
And now his sister-in-law, Sandra Robinson.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Sandra Robinson. I'm sister-in-law to Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. I know that we are here to celebrate and honor Reverend Rice today. However, behind every great man, there is a phenomenal and powerful woman. That woman is my sister, Mrs. Thelma Ruth Rice. Okay? Thelma is a quiet, soft-spoken woman. She does not like a lot of attention. However, when she speaks, we listen. Husband, children, grandchildren, and myself, we listen when you speak. She's supportive of her husband in every aspect. When their 4 children were young and attending school, Reverend Rice was attending school as well. Reverend Rice was working full-time to support his family and pastoring a church. That took a lot of his time. My sister made sure that he had the quiet time he needed to study. She took on the responsibility of helping all the children with their homework and school activities, never once complaining. Reverend Rice was able to accomplish his goals and complete his education, and so did all 4 children. That's working together, and that's the way it's all about. My sister has always been my go-to person in life situations when I need guidance. She will never tell me what to do, but what she does is give me sound advice by using examples to express herself. When she finished speaking, she somehow has helped me to resolve my issues. Here again, without telling me what to do or what I should do, and I thank you. My sister is a great cook. She enjoys preparing meals and having family and friends over to share. Both she and Reverend Rice enjoy family gatherings, especially Thanksgiving and Christmas. We all look forward to those free meals. To date, God has blessed Reverend Rice Jr. and Mrs. Thelma Rice with 67 years of marriage. Life has been good to them. Today, we applaud Reverend Robert Rice Jr. for his achievements and his phenomenal and powerful wife, Mrs. Thelma Ruth Rice. God bless both of you, and I love you. Thank you.
Can we give another clap to 67 years of marriage? Come on, y'all. So now I have a proclamation for Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize Reverend Dr. Rice Jr. for his deep commitment to the community and being a beacon of hope and compassion through his ministry, and whereas Reverend Dr. Rice became the second pastor of Brown Avenue Missionary Baptist Church on November the 15th, 1974, and has devoted a remarkable 5 decades to providing financial assistance, prayer, and counseling to the community. And whereas under his visionary leadership, the church has transformed from a single plot of land into a vital community presence, providing spiritual growth and essential support to residents. And whereas he shows kindness and respect for remembering the names of everyone he serves and demonstrates his commitment to community by providing comfort during difficult times. And whereas Reverend Dr. Rice continues to embody community spirit, generously dedicating countless hours to volunteer work, particularly in helping local seniors. His strong commitment to serving others uplifts and inspires everyone around him. Now, therefore, be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. on this 4th day of November 2024. We honor his dedication to the community and celebrate the transformative impact of his ministry and leadership. Congratulations. Now, we also have a little surprise that we're going to honor his partner of 67 years also today, Ms. Thelma Rice. Because we know it takes a strong partner and to be dedicated. It hadn't all just been the Reverend back here. We know that you've been a big part of this as well. And so we also have a proclamation for Ms. Thelma Rice. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is proud to recognize Thelma Rice for her dedicated service to the community and for her contributions to Brown Avenue Missionary Baptist Church. And whereas on April 23rd, 2024, she and her husband celebrated their 67th wedding anniversary, a milestone that reflects their enduring partnership and shared commitment. And whereas for 5 decades, she served as First Lady of Brown Avenue Missionary Baptist Church, giving steadfast support and encouragement to her husband as he led the congregation. And whereas as a leader within the church, she founded the Junior Usher Board and Youth Choir, encouraging countless young people to deepen their faith and develop leadership skills. And whereas her dedication to her family and household has been an essential part in supporting her husband's ministry, as she has helped to foster an environment of stability and positivity. And whereas her legacy is marked by her deep faith and commitment to creating a nurturing place for all who are part of Brown Avenue Missionary Baptist Church, the surrounding community, and beyond. Now, therefore, be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Thelma Rice on this 4th day of November 2024. We honor her dedication to fostering a spirit of faith and service that has uplifted our community and enriched countless of lives. Now at this time, I'm going to bring up our city's Chief Operating Officer, Ms. LaShondra Burks.
Good afternoon again. I tell you, a lot has been said about Reverend Rice as well as Sister Thelma Rice, so I won't go on and on. But Reverend Rice, I will say one of the things you know about your grandchildren is that they have a tendency to do additional surprises, right, Reverend Rice? Okay. And so what I will do, I will step aside, but I will tell you that on behalf of the mayor and Councilmember Winston, what Kelly is about to announce is one that we have been most supportive of, stood right by Kelly's side to make this happen today. And so I'm going to let Kelly come up and do her announcement on the last surprise of the day, Reverend Rice.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Papa and Grandma. On October 21st, on October 21st, 2024, Resolution 24R4211 was adopted, and it reads, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston to add the name of the Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. to the signage erected by the Atlanta Department of Transportation for the honorary dedication of Brown Avenue Southeast as Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. Way and for other purposes. So congratulations.
And now we bring up Reverend Dr. Robert Rice Jr. I'll let Kelly hold that.
And what we all say when we're in church? I'm honored today and to our mayor and to the council persons and to the ones that I know well, Sister Street, and my favorite son, Bonds. I took over after his daddy. He's my son. And to all of you who make up the city of Atlanta's government, I'm honored today beyond words, but I do have enough to let you know that I'm grateful for the privilege that I was called to the ministry. I didn't volunteer. God drafted me. So I was married to 6 to 7 years. So men, preachers, pastors, officers, councilperson, council ladies, when I went out to work, I came home, not by the bar, not by the club. My children saw me every day, not some days later. Was blessed to raise 4. They're all college material, starting with Morris Brown, the oldest son, the academy, the second son, the daughter, Morris Brown 1, St. Leo. They are now married with children, and their children are college graduates as well. Starting with Georgia Tech, 2 at Georgia State, 2. One from West Point. The Lord have taught us how to do what the Bible says. And that's why I am blessed to be able to let you know that the 50 years that I've spent in the ministry with people, I love the poor, the oppressed, the downtrodden, those outcasts, those are homeless, powerless, no idea of a destiny. I have been where they were or where they are, but it is by God's grace that He touched my heart to never look down on anyone, because that could be me. So I just know how to do what's printed. I did do the academics. So I have a library, 66 books I can carry in one hand. You have that same book, but you don't open it. And when you open it, it's only for worship time. And after the preacher give his text and the scripture, you close it and it stay there until you go back. My challenge to you, as a person that has lived with every trial that anybody could have, never been locked up, never been searched, I read it just like I eat breakfast. I read it just like I take a shower. I read it just like it's the way I have to survive. And it does help you to survive, because when you read it, it's who talking, who he talking to, and what he talking about. So it's God talking, and he's talking to who's reading it, and what he's talking about, and it's the way of life. So my challenge to all of you from today on, so I've already asked the Lord for 10 years, but it still remains. I have to have them one by one after he approved of me having them. So I thank God that my children are now raising my wife and I, because they no longer allow us to do and say and go those places. So the Bible says, once a man, twice a child. So at 90, we are going this way. Our children are coming up this way. So we yield to the will of God in the lives of our children and Brown Avenue Missionary Baptist Church to lead, guide, and direct and point the way. And I still preach, I teach. And finally, Brown Avenue Missionary Baptist Church on the block that it's on. And it was done by me coming here in the 70s and early 80s for the council to approve of me making the improvements in the community that has been made. May the Lord richly bless all of you and keep you and continue to keep this city council. I work with a couple of the mayors, Campbell and Franklin. So it's not just our church. I do city too. Bless your hearts. May the Lord keep blessing and keep you is our prayer. Amen.
All right, well, at this time, we'll do what, as Councilmember Bond says, council does best. We'll take a photo. So everybody come around.
We will now move to remarks from the public. I would remind everyone that each person has up to 2 minutes unless they've been yielded time on the list from others. We have a relatively long list today, so we'll try to keep it moving. First up will be Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Give me honor to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and opening of the prison to them that are bound. Isaiah 61st chapter, 1st verse. The one on whom the Spirit of the Lord rests is Christ, the one whom God has anointed to preach good things, good news, and to proclaim liberty. There is no liberty in serving Satan. It is bondage. Satan teaches bondage, James Griff. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy mind, with all thy strength. This is the first commandment, St. Mark 12, chapter 30th verse. His luxurious wealth and self-righteousness had blinded him to his real weakness. To expose this, Jesus orders go and sell all your possessions and give to the poor, and come follow me. Jesus told the rich ruler. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16, chapter 18, verse. A haughty spirit is a lifting up of spirit, goeth before a fall. The atmosphere of the city is full of pride. I must fight against transferring of pride to me from the city council. He that committed sin is of the devil, for the devil sinned from the beginning. For this purpose, the Son of God was manifested that he might destroy the works of the devil. 1 John 3, chapter 8, verse. Christ came to destroy the devil's deeds. The devil's deeds is to declare allegiance to him, not to Christ. I need the devil's deeds destroyed in me. What about you? Your word cannot destroy the devil. Work like Jesus' word can. The word of God made us. So we ask God to conquer the sin in us through his power, through his word. And we have an enemy.
Time has expired.
Which is Satan. And we don't want to serve him.
Thank
He will
you.
destroy us.
Next will be Dr. DeJuan Robinson. Dr. DeJuan Robinson. All right, we'll go to the next speaker just for a moment. Next is Giovanni Serrano. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Giovanni. I'm an community organizer with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. For many years, we have been working to remanage what public safety looks like for our community in a system where Black and brown bodies pose a danger to the hands of law enforcement. For countless years, we have seen the immense abuse of law enforcement and police brutality without receiving any repercussions, but just a pat on the shoulder for taking our lives. The Policing Alternatives and the Diversion Initiative PAD program was designed through extensive consultation with hundreds of Atlanta residents who want to remanage what public safety looks like in Atlanta. As city officials, your job is to listen to your constituents. As CEO, you're willing to throw away a project they believe in, even when PAD has gained national recognition through its participation in alternative response research. The emergency special procurement was a blood in the bag we were not expecting. Many of you were at the 20-hour Center for Diversion Service ribbon-cutting ceremony. You share our joy and accomplishment that day, and I stand for you to stand up for what is right. PAD is a pivotal program in the community that has shown me that reimagining public safety for our people is possible. It is a program that represents the cries of the community who have lost family members to police brutality because their mental health illness is a crime, because being poor is a crime, because language barrier is a crime, because being homeless is a crime, and being a human in need is a crime. A crime where even when we speak against injustice or oppose the systems, our bodies filled with 57 gunshots and our murderer is given a pat on the shoulder. How do you expect us to trust a corrupt system that does not value our lives and now is trying to destroy a program that we believe in, a program that we work for? Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Dr. Dewan. Next will be Dr. Dewan Robinson. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you for coming back to me, Council President. First, I want to start off with saying that talking about this minority report, the AJC reported that the audit minority business work with the City of Atlanta is significantly lower than reported. So I want to say significantly lower than reported is a minority report. I remember going back when I was a kid watching elections, Miss Boone. I remember two friends sat down and they was talked about who was gonna run for this congressman seat. The people chose Julian Bond. John Lewis didn't like it. You know what John Lewis said on national TV? Please test Mr. Bond for cocaine because he snorted cocaine. Give him a drug test. He was tested, got him kicked off the race. So when everybody think politics not a contact sport, and when you say things to people, and you need to know your history of what's going on, right? I remember also the great Maynard Jackson decided to stay out of the race when the council chambers we sitting there, Mr. Bowlegs, Marvin Arrington Sr., all he did was just said, while Maynard was being passed off as white, I was being called a nigger in Atlanta. He didn't say nothing wrong about Maynard. He was talking about his plight. But we don't have real men and women that stand up and say, hey, listen, Maynard, he wasn't really saying nothing bad about you. He just telling his plight in Atlanta. So guess what? All the yes men and the yes women went over with Maynard. Maynard got involved in the race. Bowlegs lost the race and Bill Campbell won the race. This is the history of Atlanta, right? Good, bad, or ugly, and different. Today I want to speak about what's really on my heart. And I don't want to play no politics because a lot of people like to play politics and it's really time out for that in Atlanta. I watched a video after I left the last four council that broke my heart. We have a council member, Miss Liliana. I never personally had an issue with her. I watched the off-duty cop. I watched the video to the end. That cop said, Bernie tow cars, called her and said, a council member getting robbed. You need to get out here. I want y'all to realize what he did when he said that. Black men, black women, white men, white women. You know how many blacks done been hanged and killed and burned and beat for lies like that? If Ms. Bachara felt threatened, why you didn't call 911? How the hell we let Bernie tow cars think he run this town when you call him first? Man, are y'all crazy? We calling Bernie tow cars first. If I feel threatened, we calling him. And he calling off-duty female officer to the crime scene. I hope y'all know that could have got real ugly, man, with that lie. That was a bold-faced lie by saying a council member is getting robbed. That could have got that man killed that night in that cemetery. Unarmed man. He could have got killed by that lie, man. I'm not asking y'all to go against your council member or woman when they do stuff like this, but we need to have some real conversation about this, man, because it's serious, man. I've been being nice for like the last 2 years I've been running for office. Not standing on what I really want to stand on is me being the man that I am. Man, we can't have this in Atlanta, man. I try not to bring certain people down here because then y'all would say I can't come back. Or they too disrespectful, a fight broke out. But I see and y'all watch other people in the crowd get to throw all type of stuff at you. They don't get banned. stuff still happen. It'd be cool, man, but I'm just saying. A council member called a vendor now, who's also a, what do you call them folks over there? What do you call them folks over there? Nah, man, what do you call them folks over there, man? A lobbyist. A lobbyist and a vendor. If I'm threatened, I'm calling a lobbyist and a vendor instead of 911. But then I watched them say, oh, I didn't have nothing to do with him getting fired. You damn sure ain't had nothing to do with him trying to keep his job, though. When you know he didn't rob you, he was unarmed. Now, I'm not saying whether she beat him up or not. I'm not getting into the allegation. We talking about the facts. You call Bernie Tokars first. And he called an off-duty cop, one of his cops. I don't know if y'all don't know that's a conflict of interest, Ms. Morley. We got a vendor. I don't care nothing about what the I don't care what the OIG report is saying. I'm not going to even get into that. But we got a vendor that we are calling first instead of APD and 911. And they get there faster when Bernie called them and we call. Y'all don't got a problem with that. I know, Mr. Dustin Hillis, you don't got a problem with that because he come to you fast. Oh, they get in District 9 over there in Riverside fast. But I don't think y'all realize it. You can be friends with who you want to be friends with, man. But when you put the public in jeopardy, and when the public can't get that fast 911 call, Mr. Shook, that's a problem, man. I know there are rumors that saying that you might be leaving, man. I know you want to leave Atlanta in the best hands possible. You've done a great job as far as no corruption, speaking your mind, standing up for what you believe is right. And I know that you want to leave Atlanta in the best hands. And you got to look out and say, hey, man, if I wasn't white, who would stand up for me and speak up for me? You know who that is, Mr. Shook. Everybody that said, you know why I love A Time to Kill? You know what I'm saying? Because Samuel asked his white lawyer, and he asked the jury to close your eyes. Now imagine that black girl being white, being white that got raped. And they gave him a not guilty plea. Sometimes we got to put it out there. We can't be afraid of that. Antonio Lewis, you know why I love Maynard so much? Because in 1974, it wasn't popular for a black man to say ain't nothing getting built unless you give black minority participation out here. It wasn't popular to do that. But in 2024, 50 years later, we still afraid to be intentional about helping black folk. We still afraid of that. And I don't know why. Are we afraid to help our people? That don't mean we don't like this other group of people. The Civil Rights Act was, coming out of everybody. The gay bill was in there. Everything was in there. Everybody worked together. But we I always want to say Atlanta is the home of the civil rights, but nobody really want to abide by that. So when y'all be want to talk about what people say, Ms. Boone, on this microphone and in the public, let's not forget, like I said, John Lewis told the national news, Congressman Bourne is a cocaine snorter. Test him. He won't be congressman today. Bolex was told he couldn't be the mayor because he was too dark. He was too dark to be mayor of Atlanta. This is the Atlanta history, man. And this is what we deal with in Atlanta. But y'all got a decision to make, man. When you let a council member call a vendor and the lie go out to on the 911 call and say, hey, she's getting robbed, and a black man getting fired. I thank God he didn't get killed that day in the cemetery. But he was fired. And nobody want to speak up and help this black man. And I watched the same daggone video with his coward boss man talking about, oh, you shouldn't have done that. Why? Because he was a council member? You ridicule that man talking about, oh, you should have talked to her like that. All he said, well, hey, the poor close time to go. You told him to go do it, but then when the council member get there and the police get there, hey, man, why'd you do that, man? Cowardly, man. Nobody want to stand up for the people no more. People want to pick and choose who y'all be wanting to run for these offices and get in there, man. People have to tell certain people come out here and speak on stuff. People ain't really coming out here from their heart trying to take up for the people, man. All we asking y'all to do, man, is just do the right thing by people. Now, y'all didn't have nothing to do with Councilwoman in the park. I'm not expecting y'all to ridicule her in public. But somebody need to make sure this black man get his job back and keep his job, and, you know what I'm saying, with some dignity and respect. How hard it is out here. As a security, he already ain't making enough money to live in Atlanta. And he done, know what I'm saying, he done lost that job.
He needs charges on her.
This is a serious problem, man. So I'm just saying, man, we got something to think about when it comes to that, man. We can't have that in the city of Atlanta, man. We can't have that, man. As much as we try to bring black and white, together, man, we are moving further apart when we stay silent and we allow stuff like that to happen.
Time's expired. Thank you. Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis, you wanted to respond?
I just say he mentioned my name, and I want to make sure I say that I did see the police report. I did see the entire video, and I don't think that the police report matched up with the video.
It never does. Okay.
Now what you gonna do about it?
Never does.
What you gonna do about it?
Next will be Annette Aguilar. You have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Annette Aguilar. I'm a community organizer with GLAR, the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights. As our name suggests, we are here demanding and advocating for our human rights. It is tiring having to continue to be here, demanding you all to listen to us, the people you are meant to serve. Instead, Mayor Dickens and his city leadership does the things that they do, like on October 30th, targeting the PAD initiatives, once again prioritizing their own political and capital agendas while throwing us further into the margins. We have tirelessly demanded that the public safety and public security be in the hands of the public, that we know what is best for our communities. The PAD initiative was and is doing just that, serving and taking care. Again, emphasis on taking care of our folks. PAD is what we have reimagined public safety and security to be. So who are you to cut a ribbon and then just days later turn your backs on your community? You should be ashamed of yourselves. City leadership says that the opening of the diversion center triggered the special procurement. That only means one thing. City leadership has failed us. They want to make these decisions that greatly impact our community through censored debate and closed doors. We are here to not only demand that the contract for citywide diversion services through PAD be approved, but that the process is one of integrity, honesty, and open records. You have criminalized our Black and brown bodies. You have criminalized poverty. You have criminalized mental health. Haven't you done enough for our communities? We demand that you hear us and that you prioritize us and you bear witness to the people's demands. We demand your accountability and your response towards our needs. We need initiatives like PAD. We need communities, not cages. Your job is to meet our demands. Your job is to serve us.
Time has expired.
Don't forget that.
Thank you. Next will be Brittany Johnson. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brittany Johnson. I am the founding CEO of Restoring One's Hope of Atlanta, and I'm here, unfortunately, to support PAD because the City Council wants to try to cut funding from their initiative. Now, let me just post some statistics out there. In 2024, point in time, they have counted well over 2,864 individuals that are experiencing homelessness. Now, you have PAD here that is right here in Atlanta, and I believe they need more support, more funding to deal with the unhoused population and those that are, that we call on for them to assist. So please, can you all take it upon yourselves to reconsider renewing their contracts because they are a great need in the community. I had to call them this morning, 311 this morning, for a gentleman that is living in our area that is experiencing homelessness, that was outside. He was released from Grady last night and with no plan of action, but was sitting outside in front of a public United States Postal Service office, sitting there, nobody asking him what's going on, what's wrong with him, but me, being a agent that has a mandated reporter, asked him what was going on, and I said, I need to call PAD because I know I can count on them to come and see about this gentleman, and they did. So please, I implore you to really take a look and extend their contract, and really they should be over this diversion facility that you all have just opened. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tiffany Roberts. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Roberts, and as you all know, I'm the Public Policy Director at the Southern Center for Human Rights. I always say we are a nonprofit law firm committed to decriminalizing race and poverty in America's Deep South. We are here again before you to express our support for PAD. We were last here on October the 7th when we knew that the PAD contract had not been put on the agenda for approval. Our expectation was that the contract would be on the agenda for approval during this full council meeting. However, when we were in Washington, D.C. for our annual fundraiser last week, we learned that Councilmember Juan announced that the mayor's administration had advised that it opened a secret special procurement, a 14-day procurement, and for diversion services, and for that reason, it would be inappropriate for the PAD legislation to be on the agenda today. I used to come here and say that something that happened in this city was alarming. And I committed myself to abandoning the word alarming when it comes to the conduct of the current administration. About 2 years ago, when you all were considering the now deadly jail lease to Fulton County, I said that this administration reminded me of what it was like to organize during the administration where several city employees found themselves under federal and state investigations. The administration responsible for the lone city employee to be prosecuted in state court and convicted by a Fulton County jury in 2019 for breaking open records laws. The administration that made a spectacle of this city. The following administration erected certain guardrails to lend themselves to transparency to protect the people of Atlanta. But yet we are here amid abuse of the Inspector General, attacks on her for uncovering malfeasance, abuse, and corruption, and now what appears to be the continued bullying of PAD and its leadership, now resulting in a secret procurement for diversion services when we all know that PAD is the only agency to have offered emergency diversion services for nearly a decade now. So we submitted an open records request last week on the 1st. We have not even gotten an acknowledgement of receipt of that request. But what I'm saying to you is based on what I believe, what seems to be going on right now in the city. And I'm addressing you, but I'm also here to make the record for the most honorable public of the city of Atlanta. The most honorable public of Atlanta should know that it is not likely that a special procurement is legal or appropriate under these circumstances, because special procurements must pertain to something that is unique and unusual and it would be impossible for this contract to present those problems because PAD has existed for nearly a decade. It has run a GAP virtual diversion center. Since the diversion center that you all attended the ribbon cutting for, the opening was delayed by a year. So there's nothing unique, unusual, or surprising about PAD and PAD existing after the ribbon cutting. I want the honorable public to know that any assertion by Mayor Dickens or his cabinet that the new diversion center is likely deemed a change in circumstance is dishonest. I want the honorable public to know that if in the event that there is a finding that this special procurement is the result of efforts to frustrate a legal and proper procurement for PAD services, that is actionable. There appears to be a culture that you all don't like to see in the federal government, but that is alive and well here in this building. And I want to point out the way that Atlanta Police Department is wielded not to divert people, not to save lives, but to intimidate the most honorable public. On September the 18th, Mayor Dickens attended an event at a private home in an in-town neighborhood. One of the neighbors in that neighborhood put out a Stop Cop City sign. Shortly thereafter, several Atlanta Police Department units responded to that scene with lights blazing. And I have the permission of this homeowner to share this. When the homeowner pulled the CAD report to figure out what happened to make all of these police officers, 10 units, right, responded, what was on the CAD report, which means computer-aided dispatch, was that there was a very large protest. There was no protest. There was a yard sign. This is what is happening under your watch, under the mayor's leadership, to intimidate social movements. We claim to be the home and the cradle of the civil rights movement, and you all are engaging or permitting tactics that were used against our ancestors and our elders. Counterinsurgency, COINTEL programs, surveillance, and intimidation. And now you are attempting to assist the mayor in intimidating and defunding a program that ordinary people built. The mayor was on the design team with me. On October the 7th, we told the most honorable public that we would stand by them every step of the way when it came to PAD's contract. Domestic violence is an issue. It was discussed in the atrium today. I ran a domestic violence clinic at a law school for 7 years. And what I can tell you is that FBI data shows that domestic violence victims feel least comfortable with police and most comfortable with people like those who respond for PAD. We talked about respecting women and the importance of women. In the words of my ancestor, ain't I a woman? I come to this body. My executive director, a remarkable Black woman, comes to this body. We are disregarded, disrespected. Are not the women that PAD services important? It's not about resumes. It's not about who's a CEO, a CFO, an executive director. Community must meet the need, and you have the responsibility of supporting the community as it meets its need. So let's not wax poetic about the importance of women when we are throwing them to the wayside in the interest of the mayor's ego. So what I want to close with is what we tell the public. When I go into the airport, the first voice I hear is that of the mayor, and then I see these posters that say, if you see something, say something. That pertains to you all as well. Backdoor contracts, kickbacks, intimidation of nonprofits, violation of Open Records and Open Meetings Acts. You have responsibilities, ethical responsibilities. If you see something, say something in the interest of the most honorable public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Franklin. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Good afternoon, council persons. My name is Devin Franklin. I am Movement Policy Counsel at the Southern Center for Human Rights. I'm a former public defender here in Fulton County, 12 years a veteran in that work. Every time I come and speak to you all, I always make that part of my introduction. And it wasn't until recently, as I was preparing my remarks today, that I realized, and just kind of rolling it out in that way, that perhaps you all just see it as generally part of my introduction and not for the purpose of which I say it. You see, I became a public defender for the very simple reason that I wanted to help people in this city. I've represented nearly 1,500 people in my 12 years there. So many of those persons had drug addiction issues, mental health issues. Almost all of them had housing issues. And the problems became repeated over and over and over and over and over. And I thought that transitioning into policy work, being able to speak with you all and be in spaces with people like you all, that what I thought was a level of expertise would be valued in these spaces. I thought. As I sit here today, or stand here today, I should say, in support of PAD, I realize that I'm not unique or special. There's an entire community, an entire organization that has a greater level of expertise in dealing with people who have these issues that I speak to you about. And this administration wishes to wash them away. I struggle with trying to figure out the logic involved in putting aside those who only want to advance public safety and make Atlanta a safer place. I struggle with it so bad. Because I think, I'm old enough to remember last June when there was a vote for Cop City because it was supposed to cost the public about $30 million. And then we learned that it was gonna cost $67 million. And when that funding paper was going through the Finance Committee, it wasn't a hold up at that point in time to see if the numbers would work out or if there was a reason to hold it back. Instead, willy-nilly, this body approved an additional $37 million to go towards policing. And I think about policing in this city, and I think about the data that I've spoken to you all about so many times. I've spoken to you all about the rise in police violence here in the city of Atlanta. From 2021 to 2022, police violence rose 8%. From 2022 to 2023, it continued to rise another 3%. We are trending in a way that is not safe for the public. And the only response from this body is to divest itself from those persons who are more equipped to assist and help and aid those who are most in need in this city. I think about talking to you all about these things in kind of the broader way, and I think maybe perhaps I tell you the actual stories of these people. If we were to talk about and name Nigel Cullins, whose mother called 911 and asked for police to come to his house to assist him, where police did not show for at least 2 hours. He left his home and went to a place where he formerly worked. And I watched the video again a couple of days ago. And the officer walks into the Fogo de Chão restaurant in Buckhead, Mr. Shook. And Nigel hits his knees. And on his knees, he is tased. And he begins to run. I know that had PAD been called, that he would not have been tased. He would have been helped, he would have been aided, he would have been loved. He would most likely be with his family today. Instead, he's a hashtag. I think about people like Michael Holland. Most people don't know Michael Holland's name. Michael Holland was the first person to die in Fulton County Jail this year. And the reason why Michael Holland's name resonates with me is because when I was a public defender, he was my client. And I remember the work that I tried to do to try to get help from Mr. Holland. And I know how difficult it was to find mental health resources because the system that we live in, the system that you all continue to invest in, only wants to fund the prosecution and the supervision by the state of these people. He had no chance to get the resources he needed. And when he ended up back in custody, in a place that you all funded the lease for him to be, he died. So these stories that we come to you all with are not just talking points for us. These are real people that we know. Again, I struggle because the things that I want to say are probably not the most appropriate things for this body. I think about when I came to doing this work and the hope that I had that one of you all, with whom I won't name, I had a meeting and I wanted to talk about the policing violence work. And the only questions I would get is, so where are you from? What high school did your family go to? Who do you know? And that moment has sat with me for a year and some change at this point in time, and it begins to resonate with me that it's not what we know, it's not the information we have, it's not the depths that we see, it's not the data that we put out. Atlanta is about who you know. And as I, again, sit here and ask you all to move forward with the funding for PAD that is only being held up administratively, I ask you all to think about those who actually care. People on the North care, people on the South care, people on the East care, people on the West care. You all have the authority and the ability, Mr. Lewis, to do what is needed. We're not in the spaces that you are with the mayor. We're not in the rooms that you are to get done what needs to get done. If you do not stand up and speak for us, then who will? They don't got balls, no spine. Do something, please.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
And once again, he said my name, and I stand with Pat full out. I'm extremely happy that they've switched to 24/7. I think they're trying to switch to 24/7 if they haven't done it yet. I think we need to find a way to increase the funding because that was the only thing I wanted them to do was increase their services to the city of Atlanta. And so I think that I've also, and as a council member, I've also requested that the police add how many people in each zone are actually sending people to PAD. How many times our police officers in Zone 3 are actually using PAD? Because I think one of the things Mr. Franklin just spoke about was crime being down, but police violence being up. I live in the area where police are not using PAD, and I've almost been like a crime stopper over there sometimes because they've had police act like red dogs in that area. I was able to walk through the public safety annex building and see red dogs photos all over the wall like American flags. And so I understand where this comes from. So I support PAD full out. I want to see it funded to be able to support our city. I can't wait till you continue to stay on the south side and continue to help us and get this stuff going. Thank you again for your facts, your fact-based information that you send to us before every meeting. Thank you also for looking into the procurement for diversion services. For you to say this is administratively held up, correct? Yes. Me personally, I support this and I thought it was handled. Thank you again.
Gordon.
And if I may, just before I walk away, Ms. Roberts, who spoke before me, left copies of the open records request that she was referencing before. I want to make sure that the public knows that you're all getting a copy of this, so you all can look into it as well.
We'll pass those out. Thank you. Next will be Reynard Burrell. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Reynard Burrell. I'm the Executive Director of the Federation of Public Service Employees. On February 1st, 2025, we will be naming our Atlanta Public School Principal of the Year, and we would welcome your attendance and participation. Please hold that date. More information to follow. I recently shared my concerns regarding the Office of Inspector General with the city's task force and the appropriate reform, looking at the appropriate reform. We will email each member of the council on our concerns as well. We agree with the Inspector General's finding in whole as it relates to HR, but in truth, we didn't need the Inspector General to be aware of that. Several people, including FPSE representatives, tried to sound the alarm. We hope that not just the HR commissioner, but the underlings that actively enable her bad deeds are removed from HR as well. And more importantly, we hope a nationwide search is conducted for a new HR commissioner that understands labor relationships is more than just arguing about the law. It's about relationships, collaboration, and working together for the benefit of the community we serve. The Inspector General's office need not be mended. It needs to be mended, not ended. Lastly, I wish to encourage everyone to vote tomorrow. Freedom is on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Amy Ard. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is a story that begins with strep throat and ends with renewed hope. And thanks to PAD and their community response team. My name is Amy Ard, and I live in the Morningside neighborhood. About a year ago, my daughter came down with a bad case of strep throat, and so I did what all parents do. We raced off to the urgent care clinic. And we pulled up to the corner of North Highland and Virginia Avenue, and our car stopped at the red light, and my daughter and I saw her at the same time. A woman on a park bench with a torn shirt, urinating out of her gray sweatpants. And the light turned green, and my daughter, who spends a lot of time in that neighborhood, recognized immediately the issue. She said, someone in those stores isn't gonna like that very much, and they're gonna call the police. And as we drove away, she said, can we please stop and do something? And in that moment, my heart swelled with pride because my daughter was responding in the way that I would hope anyone would. And then there was a moment of hope because I knew that we could do something. And we got to the parking lot of the urgent care, and I dialed 311. And someone answered and said that they would send a team out. Now that strep throat test is very, very quick. And so they stuck the swab down her throat, and we were back out the door. And I was thinking about heading another direction home in case we would see that same woman on that park bench. And as we pulled up to the corner, we saw her still there. But then my daughter said, hey, Mom, look. And coming out of their PAD car in their black t-shirts and their name badges were 2 PAD employees. And so on that day, not just the person that needed help got it, but my daughter learned an important lesson that we are a community, and when people need help, there is someone to call. And I urge you, not just for that woman, but for my daughter and I, to fund PAD completely and support them.
Thank you. Next will be Maya Gamble. Or maybe Mia Gamble. You have up to 2 minutes.
How y'all doing? My name is Maya Gamble, and I'm actually a participant with PAD. Now, I've been with PAD since 2020, and when I first started out with PAD, my life was not together. I wasn't who I am today. PAD turned my life around. PAD gave me a second chance in life. So when it comes to crushing someone's dreams that started something from the bottom, we are not crushing dreams this year. We're not. I come from being homeless. I come from being sprung out on drugs. And I had been on drugs since I was yay high. You feel me? Now look at me. I stand here today. I'm an advocate for greater mental health. I'm also the face of PAD as well. And I also work at a homeless at an all-women homeless shelter in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm originally from Dublin, Georgia, but Atlanta is my home. As Atlanta was where I actually came to reinvent and define myself. Not only that, as someone that's in the LGBT community, as transgender. And from what that program has done for me, it's been beautiful. And it's been beautiful for the other people as well, too. And so I ask y'all to sit and look high. Sit high and look low. Don't sit high and look low at all. Because you never know. You never know what the situation or what the circumstances or cases may be or could turn into. Y'all done came up with a law where y'all can lock homeless people up. Think about it.
Thank you. Next will be Kevin Weeks. Kevin Weeks. Next will be Eve Bird. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Eve Bird, and I'm the director of the mental health program at the Carter Center here in Atlanta. I'm here today because we strongly back and believe in a community response to our citizens experiencing a mental health, substance use crisis, or living in our city in extreme poverty. We believe strongly that the right person, the right practitioner, with the right service, at the right time is needed for these members of our community. And PAD has been providing that service. PAD is well known to this country. It has been an exemplar program. We have numerous stories of the benefits of how, and you've heard some of them today, of how this service has been provided. The Carter Center has joined in partnership with PAD so that they can do the work that they're so good at. And we're using our time and resources to help them gather additional data, to raise awareness so that all the members of our community know that they can call 311 and receive this appropriate service, and so that we can work with them and you to identify policies and regulations that will allow this service to continue. We are asking you to please continue this service. Do not let down or let services lapse with people that have gained trust in the service that they need through PAD services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is A. Seymour. I think it's Antony Seymour. Next is David K. Lee. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm David Lee, and thank you guys for the council for allowing me time to speak on behalf of Pat. I was homeless, sleeping outside, sleeping on a cardboard box, using the bathroom behind buildings, picking up paper to wipe myself wherever I could find it, standing in front of Quick Trip begging for change, sleeping outside in the rain. A police officer came up, I'm laying on the ground, and he said, well, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm trying to get clean so I can get into Gateway, into the drug program. He said, you really want to get clean, don't you? I said, I really do. He called Pat. See, Pat got what they call a navigator. Can you imagine what it's like to navigate an addict, an alcoholic, back into society? To this day, I live a good life. God placed Pat in my life. I've been blessed since I was 17 months clean and sober. Jack. I have my own apartment. Pat guided me all the way through filling out the application. I have a homeless voucher. Yeah. I got my disability. I got my disability done. Through with Pat's help. Miss Sanjura, Miss Terry, all they did was just love me. They didn't have any special skills as far as how to deal with an addict or an alcoholic, but they knew how to love me. They loved me till I learned how to love myself. I stand here today proud. I am a productive member of society. Now, they loved me till I believed that I'm not a bum. God loves me. God really, really loved me. Help us, please. Right is right and wrong is wrong.
Time has expired.
If they can do it for me, they can do it for all kind of homeless people. I'm
Time has
part of
expired.
an organization called What Would Jesus Do? Homeless Lives Matter. I'm on the other side of the table,
Mr.
helping
Lee.
feed the homeless now.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Time's
All
expired.
right. Thank you, guys.
Next will be Jacob Kaptalaski. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello, council members. I'm a local business owner here in Atlanta. I own Alpha Custom Wraps, and I also work for the state of Georgia. I do admissions. And I was once nothing, absolutely nothing. I was incarcerated in Fulton County Jail, facing a very long time. And somehow, some way, God allowed me to have a second chance. I never thought I would be sitting and standing right here in front of you guys ever in my life, let alone owning my own business and being successful. With the help of PAD, I have been able to get the resources I need. I've been able to, successfully, be a part of my community. They literally gave me one simple resource, and it opened up an endless opportunity for me. I'm still in a sober living. I've been in a sober living, and I love it. I love being around people who want to do the right thing, who want to be successful in life. And Pat is the one that introduced me to that opportunity. Before, I was stubborn. I was in my young 20s. I would never have gone and gotten sober. I was having too much fun. But how many of you have fun and just fall on your face because you didn't know? You didn't know any better. Now I know because I have a great community and a great team behind me that constantly checks up on me and makes sure that I'm doing the right thing in life. And I'm forever grateful for PAD. And I really wish that you guys would see that sometimes in life, people deserve second chances. You don't learn to ride a bike overnight. You're gonna fall. It's about how you get back up. It's about how you recover in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Dwayne Thomas. Dwayne Thomas. Next will be David J. Lee. You have up to You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is David Lee. I'm a student and researcher at Emory University, and I'm here to talk about the necessity of PAD on the empirical level. So when we talk about PAD in these conversations, I think an important question we ask ourselves is, does PAD actually work? And beyond the powerful anecdotes that we've heard, statistically, it's an important question, and I imagine that at least some of the hesitation a lot of folks have in regards to PAD comes from the uncertainty around these questions. Does it reduce the recidivism in these cities? Does it actually increase the livelihood of these people? These are important questions. So I'm here to talk a little bit about what the data says on diversion services across the country and why that matters for PAD. So a published research study was done on Seattle's LEAD program. That's actually the model that PAD modeled itself after in 2015. And it shows that it leads to a 60% decrease in the likelihood of recidivism for individuals who go through the diversion program. That's a huge number. Another study on Denver's STAR program, their diversion services, shows a 30% decrease in the number of quality of life concerns reported in the city. And most importantly, as it relates to today's conversation, the opening of the diversion center this month for PAD changes none of that. It suggests that diversion centers like PAD can reduce recidivism rates, and the opening of the diversion center, it will only facilitate PAD's role in doing that. It will increase police officers' diversions, and it will allow PAD to continue doing pre-trial and post-booking diversions. It's really important, and I implore you to look at the data and have that guide your decision on continuing to fund PAD. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jennifer Brooks. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Councilors, and thank you very much for your good works. I appreciate each one of you. I'd like to echo what people have been saying about PAD. I live downtown and I see them in action, and I don't understand the complexities of the procurement and the contracts or anything, but I really hope that this impasse will result in a collaboration instead of more and more challenges for an organization that is working hard. The other thing I wanted to mention was the resolution 24R4212, which is about extending the hours of the shared micromobility devices on the streets of Atlanta. So I look at the way the legislation has been written, and there's 6 whereas paragraphs, of which only 1 is true. And I really hope that you realize that what you've been given in terms of reports on the successes of this program just isn't accurate. And I believe Councilmember Wan had asked for data at last Transportation Committee meeting, data to be presented before today about the accidents, the injuries, the fatalities, and crimes committed while people are using the shared dockless devices. And I believe that information has not been delivered. And I also think that nobody is collecting that data. So I would really hope that we look at this particular increase of 2 more hours a day, that they can be monetizing their devices. I look at it as rewarding bad behavior of these vendors who are not enforcing their own user agreements, and the Department of Transportation being unwilling or unable to enforce the regulations that go along with these permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Helen Williams-Bolston. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good to see everybody once again. And I love your smile, Mr. Councilman Westmoreland.
My name is Helen Williams Boston. I am a resident of Vine City of 30 years. Councilman Byron Amos is my councilman. I stand before you, first of all, to say, hey, help PAD. They need help. Second of all, I would like to tell you the stress that I'm going through in my neighborhood. I don't want to stand and do this, but if I don't do it, I can't sleep. This name right here has really hubbubed my life. I am Helen Williams Boston. That's how I sign my name. That's how I want to be buried. The person that's using my name and has used my name for quite some time is Ronita Jones. She used my name from May 24, 2019. She's an employee, Ronita Jones. They have me working as a driver, vehicle services in the county. What county, I don't know, but I'm retired from MARTA of 30 years. I've been retired since 2017. I started going to Financial on the Rise to see what I can do with my life to help my community. I have a hot dog cart. It's still parked in my yard. I went to them to try to get some funds. Unfortunately, they took my life. Regina Grant ran the program at that time. She has stolen my identity. She has, oh boy, ran my life, my check, my bank. Everything has been taken over by Regina Grant. I understand my time is gone. But Financial Rise is a great company, but however, she chose to use it wrong. I went to several councilmen to get assistance on which way to go. I did go to the police on Baltimore Place. They refused to help me. I just received my check this past week and went to PNC Bank to cash my retirement check. Somebody is already behind me in that bank establishment. Every time I do something, that person is in front of me.
Time has expired.
I understand that. I'm just letting you guys know that with all these phones that I have, I'm just trying to get my life. Regina Grant has stole my life, and I don't know where she is.
Thank you. Next will be Tanisha Dorr. Tanisha Dorr. Next will be Kwame Shabazz. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, how y'all doing? My name is Kwame Shabazz. I'm a participant in a PAD program. I just want to thank y'all for allowing me to speak. Today I feel so honored. I want to say that I've been dealing with PAD since 2022, and they have been amazing to me. They assist me with obtaining my ID, my birth certificate, and my Social Security, even when I didn't know where else to go to. They help me with being self-reliable, self-sufficient, and responsible. When I was incarcerated in the 14 County Jail for bondable charges in the early 2023, I didn't have enough money to pay the amount. And so I went through PAD, and their resources had helped me bond it out a couple weeks after. And once released, PAD helped me with temporary housing at the Motel 6 and the hotel, which they had partnership with. And I want to thank PAD again for helping me out, for real. When I was going through loneliness and hopelessness and my mentally illness, I called one of the PAD staff to help me find good coping skills, like positive affirmation, etc. And PAD believed in me more than I believed in myself. And I just want to thank y'all for allowing me to share.
Thank you. Next will be August Lucas. August Lucas. Next will be Alto Blocker. Anthony Morgan. Oh, Tanisha Dorr, go ahead. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Tanisha Dorr, and I just wanted to tell my story about how PAD has saved my lives and my daughter's lives. My story is one of hardship, resilience, and the incredible support PAD provided in my time of need. After serving in the military, I came home to Atlanta hoping to find my place, but the transition was harder than I imagined. By 2020, during the pandemic, I found myself homeless. Those were the darkest days I've ever known, struggling each day with nowhere stable to go. One morning, when the police were called, I feared I would be taken to jail. But instead, Officer Jackson called PAD. PAD showed up not with punishment, but with compassion. They, along with the VA, provided me with temporary housing and a path forward. That was just the beginning of my journey. Shortly after, I faced domestic abuse. I wanted to leave, but the fear of becoming homeless again, this time pregnant and with a baby under the age of 1, kept me trapped. Despite going back to a situation that hurt me, PAD never gave up on me. They were always there, offering understanding and hope when I needed it the most. PAD's team went above and beyond in their support. They helped me navigate court matters, provided essential supplies like diapers when I couldn't afford them, and their support gave me small moments of self-care, a rare luxury for a single mom and a full-time student. Through PAD's unwavering care, I found the strength to break free and rebuild my life. Today, I stand before you not just as a survivor, but as a mother who can now provide a safe, loving home for her children. PAD's support was more than just meeting basic needs. It restored my dignity and empowered me to thrive. Their approach, uplifting people instead of punishing them, is what true community safety looks like. I'm asking you to continue supporting PAD so they can help others like me, people who need compassion, people who need hope. PAD gave that to me. They gave me a chance, and I'm living proof of the difference they make. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be August Lucas. Alto Blocker. Anthony Morgan. You have up to 2 minutes.
How y'all doing? Thank y'all for letting me speak, but I just want to tell you one thing. See that guy over there, Eugene Wall? Stand up for him, please, sir. He told me not to freestyle, but I got to anyway. When I first met this cat, I was a pain. In 2018, I had one amputation. He dealt with that one. He dealing with me with the second one, trying to get a prosthetic. You know what I mean? And I had got to the point to no return, and gave up, ran away from the rehabilitation center because I was on too many drugs out there. You know what I mean? And I was like, everything was out to get me. I ran away. Georgia, Alabama game at the Dome. Smashed my phone and everything. He was looking for me. But when I reached out to him, he said, you know, I'm going to skin you like a catfish. I said, well, boy, you got to kiss me. He said, you got one leg. I said, I can get away and run. I just want to thank y'all and thank Pat and Eugene and all the newcomers I met over there. And this guy right here, Mike, you know what I mean, for just being there to listen to what I had to say, because I really was at the end of my rope. You know what I mean? I was thinking all kinds of crazy stuff. You know, right in front of the hall pillar. They had taped my clothes, had tied me to a bed and all that stuff. But I just wanted to way out, and but people like Eugene and Pat, they done showed me the light. I love my family, but I don't like them. You know what I mean? And that's bad to say that. I'm number 14 from my mama and number 10 from my dad, so why should I be out here struggling like that? You tell me why. Can anybody tell me why? All right, but thank y'all then. I'm gonna cut this short. And y'all, thank you for listening to me. Eugene.
Next will be Carrie Mackey. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members.
My name is Carrie Mackey, and I'm here wearing several hats today. One, in my role as Associate Director for the Rule of Law program at the Carter Center. I'm the person who's responsible for getting the Carter Center engaged in the important work to sustain and expand policing alternatives in Atlanta, Metro Atlanta, beyond, and hopefully to Georgia. I also am a longtime resident, almost 20 years, of District 4, having also lived in Districts 1, 2, 5, and 10. And I've also lost 2 family members to fentanyl overdoses after they've suffered long histories of mental health and substance use challenges and homelessness. I applaud the city and its partnership with Fulton County for opening the Center for Diversion. I truly hope that this results in more law enforcement officers diverting individuals in crisis away from the criminal legal system and to crucial services and support instead. But I also expect that my hard-earned taxpayer dollars will continue to allow me to call 311 to request PAD services when I see neighbors and community members in crisis that do not require police services. PAD was co-created with community members, individuals with lived experience, and alternative response experts over many years, and I trust them to respond with great competence and knowledge of what is most needed in these moments. I arrived home from Seattle last night after I spent a week at a conference on deflection and pre-arrest diversion, during which I moderated a panel that showcased PAD's work and quickly realized when every single seat in the room was filled with individuals and then those without seats standing along the back and side walls, and a long line that formed after the event to ask panelists questions, the PAD is implementing a nationally recognized alternative response program that has placed the City of Atlanta at the forefront of innovative models for community safety and wellness. And from our data, those who have used
Time's
PAD,
expired.
79% are satisfied. Thank
you. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Members of council, fellow Atlantans, and those joining us from at home, thank you for taking the time to listen to me speak. Today, I'm here to say the quiet part out loud. Atlanta City Council has a problem, and it's not just the issues that are on the agenda today. It is that this council seems to be more afraid of the mayor's office than it is accountable to the people of this city. In the words of Maynard Jackson, our city's first Black mayor, this council has too many scared Negroes and allies. Now, I know I see some frowns and some people who are upset on council, but please don't mistake this as personal condemnation. Rather, it's a call out to refocus on public service, public safety, progressive policy, and the needs of our people over politics, profits, photo ops, and press releases. Because let's face it, the people we're supposed to serve in this city, they want a body that is courageous. They want consistency, and they want to know that you are on their side. Now let's talk about the mayor's recent move to initiate a special closed emergency procurement process for pre-arrest diversion and mental health services in the city of Atlanta. This is a move that came out of nowhere in a quiet committee hearing less than 2 weeks before a major election. We're not silly. We know what's going on. It's a decision that not only defies logic, but it also feels like a direct slap in the face to the people who are supporting policing alternatives and diversion services in the city of Atlanta, an organization that has earned the trust of this city. Just go to Google. PAD has a 4.6 rating on Google. Atlanta government has a 3.0 rating, and the city council has a 1.4 rating on Google. So one must ask, who is really in good standing with the people of this city? PAD was already awarded this contract through a transparent, open, and clear process. Their impact in this city is clear. They have saved lives. They have reduced ER visits, and they have provided alternatives to jail for people who are in crisis. Just last week, we saw city officials cutting ribbons with PAD at the new Center for Diversion and Services. So why pull the rug from underneath them through a closed-door backroom process? Why cut ribbons and then cut funding? This decision is nonsensical, and frankly, it reeks of politics. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud again. This feels personal. Because let's face it, many of the same people who have supported the movement to stop Cop City are also the same people who support these services in our city. And now we're supposed to believe that all of a sudden there's an emergency that warrants putting the PAD contract back on the table. It feels retaliatory, like a move to silence dissent and those advocating for change, accountability, and voting rights in this city. And that's dangerous for our democracy. Make no mistake, democracy is not just at risk at the federal level. No, democracy is at risk right here in the city of Atlanta. It is at risk here because it is at risk where backdoor deals are becoming the norm to undermine the will of the people, the will of 116,000 people who said that they wanted to vote on Cop City, the will of people like Valerie Anderson, the mother of Devon Anderson, whose son was lost to a police officer with our force, who has had a history of DUI, who has had investigations from internal affairs about domestic violence allegations from other APD employees. Yet we still have no answers. You know, part of the reason why I'm good in most neighborhoods in Atlanta is because I don't switch up on people. I don't say one thing in one neighborhood and then go to another neighborhood and say something different. I don't say that I stand for something one day and then condemn it the next. And yes, like so many adults, I am allowed to change my mind. But also it means that I am entitled to give people an explanation of why I have changed my position. It's why so many black folks rock with me. It's why white progressives rock with me. It's why people from different backgrounds understand and go to bat for me. Because I'm consistent. I mean no disrespect, particularly to you, President Shipman, but I oftentimes miss President Moore. Because one thing was that we didn't always agree, but her yes was her yes and her no was her no. We need more of that. So I'm here to speak to the leader in you. I'm here to speak to your backbone. I'm here to speak to your spine. I'm here to speak to your star player. Sit up in your seat and lead for the will of the people of this city who support pre-arrest diversion services unequivocally. We're seeing this special procurement process being used as a way to circumvent transparency and accountability. So that's why today, because I always have something for you all, draft legislation to reform this process, requiring that the mayor's office provide written justification to council for any emergency procurement and a clear explanation as to why an existing provider like PAD is not being considered. If they're going to do this, they're going to need to do it in the light. They're going to have to do it on the up and up. They can't hide behind bureaucracy and red tape and this council's unwillingness to view themselves as a co-equal branch of government. This council needs members who aren't here to just rubber stamp everything the administration says, but to serve as a checks and balance on its power. We need people on this council who see themselves accountable to the residents of the city, not endorsers of public policy that make no sense. I wish that this city council could fix it alone. But now I'm speaking to you, Atlanta. Only you can fix this. Only the people of this city can fix this. So show up to the polls. Bring the same energy next year when it's time for folks to run for re-election. Make sure that this council is more afraid of your voice than it is any pressure from the mayor, any special interest group, or forces that do not have the best interests of our city at heart. The people of this city deserve transparency, they deserve accountability, they deserve leadership who remembers who they work for. It's about building a city that doesn't just work for the powerful or the privileged, but for every person in every neighborhood. And PAD is an essential part of a city like ours.
Time's
Thank
expired.
you.
Thank you. Next will be Antonio Bryant. Antonio Bryant, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, illustrious panel, audience. I'm here to defend PAD and ask that the panel grant PAD is due. I joined PAD in 2018. I'm a military veteran. I suffer from PTSD, paranoia, schizophrenia, all kind of stuff. I self-medicate, which is not against the law under the Constitution, but it's against the law of this city. There's only one person on this board that I recognize and know. That's Michael Bond, Douglas High School graduate. Went to school with my family. My mother worked with his father and all those people that came before him for this city. The greatest thing since my mother and those ancestors that served his father, Maynard Jackson, and all of those people, the only thing that's come from that is PAD. These people gave me a heart. They showed me love. I'm born and raised in this city. I've been embarrassed by this city. This city has come back and rose from the ashes, just like the Phoenix who we are. PAD. For the people. As I walk through the city that I know, I see everybody that I know from down in the streets, in the trenches. A lot of them gone. I don't know if they dead or alive now, but I know 5, 6 murders that happened downtown when I was there. I escaped the streets with PAD help, 2 felony probations, 8 pending felony cases in DeKalb County. I stand before you a free, clean for a 6-year citizen. On my medication, striving to be the best that I can be because PAD put me back on track with a life.
Time's expired.
Give them what they deserve.
Thank you. Next will be John Stopp. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Hey, I'm here to respond to some comments Councilmember Bakhtiari made last meeting in regards to the incident at Oakland Cemetery, referring to the guard Anthony Monfort getting fired. She stated, "I didn't want that man fired. I had nothing to do with it, and that determination was not made. That determination was not made by me, not made by the city." On October 13th, Fox 5 Atlanta published an article that read, "Monfort said he was fired from the security company and has since been barred from working on all City of Atlanta properties." So last week I tried to verify that statement. I went to Parks and Rec. I spoke with Emma Gowans. She didn't have an answer. I was told to email the Atlanta media email. They didn't respond. I emailed Bakhtiari's chief of staff. He didn't respond. No one's provided me with a simple yes or no. So I came here today looking for an answer. If anybody knew whether Anthony Monfort was barred from working on the City of Atlanta properties. And if he was, I have to call into question Bakhtiari's statement that she had nothing to do with it. On the body cam footage, she volunteered to the officer that she had called the commissioner. He calls the deputy chief of staff, who calls the COO, who calls Deputy Commissioner Voss. These are all city officials who have the power to have Mr. Montfort barred from working from Atlanta City properties. If the decision was made to bar him, that would appear to have been made on false statements originating from Liliana Bakhtiari, and I believe she needs to be held accountable for both her statements and her actions on October 4th at Oakland Cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ronald Petty. You have up to 2 minutes.
Can I start off passing these out? I only have 7, but Councilman Winston, please make sure you get one of these. You're my council member. Good morning, Councilman. I'm here again for a totally different property as the executor of my late father's estate. I'm responsible for selling our property at 81 Maury Avenue. However, due to the actions, or rather inaction, of office and buildings, I'm unable to fulfill this duty. The director of office and buildings, Mr. Gregory Pace, informed me that my neighbor's property at 87 Maury Avenue is grandfathered into mine due to its age, making it a non-conforming structure. Yet, this supposed non-conforming structure has been allowed to expand into a duplex, and it's now operating as a triplex in an R4 single-family zone. I asked Mr. Pace for documentation to support this, but he provided no proof that my neighbor's property is grandfathered into mine. When I reached out to the commissioner, Janae Prince, hoping for clarification, she admitted she also had no answer for me. She couldn't articulate how or why 87 Maury was grandfathered into my property at 81 Maury. Meanwhile, my neighbor's gas line, water line, driveway, AC unit, and even parts of their house cross onto my property due to no setback lines between us. Yet, I'm forced to pay incredibly high taxes on a property I legally cannot sell because of the encroachment. And the Office of Buildings and the City Planning offers no solution. Council members, I am asking for your intervention. I cannot resolve these issues alone, and as a resident of the city, I deserve the right to sell my property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be J. Wesley Day. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes. She's coming.
Do not vote for Keith Gamage, the Solicitor General of Fulton County. Instead, leave it blank or write in justice for Jay Wesley. My name is Jay Wesley Day. I'm here to tell you the truth about the injustices I have faced within the city of Atlanta. This month marks 6 long years since I was brutally attacked on Edgewood Avenue in District 2 at the Joystick Game Bar, in a district where all residents should feel safe, Amir Faroki. But even after such a horrifying experience of being left in a coma at Grady Hospital as a John Doe, justice has remained painfully hard out of reach. For 6 years, I have been ignored, denied, and silenced by those in power who swore to protect me and serve their communities. I call upon my former councilman, Byron Amos of District 3, to meet with me. He declined, he refused, he ignored me. I asked him to stand with me as I sought justice, but my pleas were ignored. He didn't even have the courage to meet with me or the balls to stand up and fight to address Keith Gamage about the prosecutorial misconduct that has turned my life into a nightmare, Antonio Lewis. Byron, it's time to grow some balls and stand up for your constituents. I encourage each and every one of you to stand up for what is wrong. Let me be clear. I have been a lifelong Democrat, and I am not here to fight the party that I have been so loyal to my entire life. I am here fighting for them to do what is right. For our leaders to remember who they serve and why they serve, I have fought for Atlanta for justice, for integrity. But when do we as a city stand up for what is right? The injustices I have experienced go far beyond the attack at this point. I endured that I endured in 2018. The Atlanta and Fulton County system has failed me repeatedly. For those that don't know my story, I was jumped. Keith Gamage charged me with a disorderly conduct, although I have my assailants on camera, taunting me, calling me fags, sissies, homos. They beat me, they slapped me, my camera right off my face, but I got charged with a disorderly. Meanwhile, the security guard at Joystick, Keith Gamage, dismissed his charge. Meanwhile, Keith Gamage took that disorderly conduct, you all, and upgraded it to a felony. Did I have an attorney? Gerald Griggs, the president of the NAACP, was my attorney. I paid him $5,000 ultimately to get me a felony. And Antonio Lewis here stand 10 toes down, holding the balls of Keith Gamage and scared to tell your homie he's wrong on how he did me. And here's another situation. In 2020, I'm at the Cheesecake Factory waiting on a $100 order. I have my receipt as if it's my phone in my hand. The police come and tap me and say, you have to leave. I asked them why. They said, because we said so. Guess what? I was in jail, handcuffed, charged with trespassing. Guess what your homie Keith Gamage did, Antonio Lewis? He went and waited over a year and added obstruction to justice to a police officer. How does that make sense, Antonio?
Time has expired.
It doesn't. So don't vote for Keith Gamage, leave it blank, or write in justice for Jay Wesley. Thank you. And
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
And I learned a lot from Mr. Bond because I try to make sure when a person says my name, make sure I at least respond back to him. And I know you ain't mean that. And I know you're upset about a lot of things, but I'm praying for you and I'm hoping that we can get through the stuff that you get through. We do know that Fulton County commissioners are the folks that actually are over the budget for the solicitor's office and that the people elect or de-elect Mr. Gamage. But once again, I know you didn't mean that. And I wish that you would not. I'm okay with you not taking it back. But I wish that.
I mean what I say and I say what I mean.
I wish that you wouldn't talk like that about people and use those type of words towards people. And it seems that you only, as I look up here, you respected the other folks, but it seemed that you went a little harder on the people that look like you. And so I'm going to let you know I'm praying for you.
He's the one doing the harm to me. It was 5 black men that jumped me.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Thank you, Mr. Day. Mr. Day, you've had your time. Thank you. Next up will be.
And the black men up here not
Next.
doing nothing for me.
Thank you.
With the exception of Michael Julian Bond, sir, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
I value you.
Mr. Day, thank you. Next will be L.A. Pink. You have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time.
I'm back. I know y'all probably thought I left you. Political gangbangers and criminals. But I'm not. So as they said, today they honored black women, but I don't see any love for the black woman here in the state of Georgia, especially not, I'll say, in Fulton County and in Atlanta. You guys know y'all state representative, Misha Maynor. She was stalked right here and still being stalked. And her opponent hires or allows the stalker now to work with him to come against her. Where do they do that at with people that say they love black women? Oh, because she changed the party. But she changed parties because the demon rats stalked her as well, you know? I just can't for the life of me understand how these political gangbangers continue to sit up on the panel. They continue to be judges and our commissioners. Y'all continue to allow Mayor Dickhead to do whatever he wants to do. We have a very serious issue. When y'all say the train, the bus, the flood runs right through here to the White House, that's scary. That's real scary. Because we got some stuff in this city right here, in this state, that if it's running to the White House, that means we got to corrupt either way we go. See, I'm independent, and I go hard on the demon rats because I once was in that party. Not knowing, not understanding. I didn't understand it until they came against Khadijah Abdul-Rahman, until y'all allowed this black woman to be put a TPO with your sheriff. Then your sheriff come up and say he didn't do it. Michael Sterling's did it. So now we passing bucks. Now we lying under oath. But then y'all want us to come up here and not talk down to y'all and not say critical things to you. But we watched the corruption come right here, right through this building. Then y'all got Jezebels coming in here talking about, oh, what they're gonna do, double-minded. She don't know if she coming or going. She don't know if she's saying. Then y'all want to talk about Trump. Well, y'all have to talk about what y'all are pumping up if you're gonna talk about what's being tore down. Because from what the streets say, they rather dodge bullets with a felon than dodge interviews with a Jezebel. So why y'all got people standing behind her? You demon rats that we cannot trust. We're not talking because you guys are supporting a certain party. We're talking about because what you're doing. Bonds and everybody else that's sitting up here, what you're allowing to be done. Right in your face, right up under your nose. And all you do is proclamations and celebrations and all of this stuff. Now, the proclamation, the people deserve that. But I'm sorry for the people that's giving it out to them. Some of y'all don't even deserve to stand up there with the people that you are giving a proclamation to, with all the dirt you got up under you, with your political gangbanging party that you are accustomed to and you're hanging out with. We see a flyer, and who in the middle? Who in the middle? Mayor Dickhead. Now, I brought all these my brothers right here that stands behind me. They're homeless. And I didn't know Pat was going to be here today, but look at God. But these is homeless that's coming up here to speak to you because that same trail to the White House, they sit right here while you come trailing right up off in this building. They sit right here, out here and back. They sit right in back. See y'all just as well as y'all probably see them. Y'all don't know their faces, but they recognize y'all's. Why? Because they're homeless. I met them sleeping right here across the street from the Fulton County Courthouse. But it's a shame that people walk right past them every single day and got the nerves to want them to vote for you. You'll come and get them when you want them to be inside of a party, when you want them to be inside of a campaign stunt. But you won't come and get them off the street. If you know Pat is giving and helping people, why would you take something from any organization that is giving something to the people? Why wouldn't you go and get them and say, hey, take these four that I got right here, take them. Take the ladies off the street, since everybody always talking about. Do you understand one thing, and I want people to pay attention to this. We keep on talking about, the immigrants and the illegal immigrants. Let's get that straight, because I took an immigrant until he got his papers back and forth to work, until he got his papers. He got his papers, and so he's now legal. So I know what that looks like. But do you understand that there's black people? Some of these are in the Marines. They're military. Do you understand that there is no illegal immigrants homeless? Black, us. And we got black city officials. And y'all say, why y'all coming for us? Because Harriet Tubman saved us. Harriet Tubman came and got us. Y'all better wake up. Y'all better wake up. We coming for y'all's jobs. For all that ain't right.
Thank you. Next will be Toma Bates. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Toma Bates. I'm coming up here. I'm with LA Pink. Like she was saying, I'm sitting right outside y'all doorsteps. Y'all have all these programs that's supposed to help the homeless, but y'all do it under y'all time and under the loopholes that y'all do it. We have to go through so much that it discourages a lot of us that if we don't have people like Pat or these other people that do, or like LA Pink, who comes out there and walks out there and see us and asks us and try to help us off the street, y'all don't give us no help. Y'all just talk a good game already, but you're not really doing nothing. I remember I was in Rice Street and Julian Bowen. You gave LeBlanc all this money. He didn't do nothing at Rice Street. Rice Street was still same people was getting killed. I'm there witnessing. I ain't telling you what somebody told me. And he didn't do none of that with none of that. But you got all these empty buildings sitting out here, and you can't put no homeless person in them buildings. Y'all got these empty buildings. Y'all get all this money for them empty buildings. And not once can you say, let's turn these empty buildings to home so that you can help these homeless people get out there. So they won't be defecating on the ground out here where y'all walk past and y'all say, ugh, look at these people out here bending over, defecating while we go to work. You know, when y'all go help us? But when you, like LA Pink say, when y'all want our vote, y'all want us to help you out. Thank you.
Next will be Stephen Imlay, or Immel. Sorry, Councilmember Bond, would you like to respond?
Sir, I'd like to respond to you. One of the things that the city has done over the past, I guess, 6 or 7 years is launched affordable housing bonds, I think in total almost $600 million. One of the tragedies that happened with the previous administration is that we actually did have the hotel over there on Hake Aaron Boulevard that was used as temporary housing to get people off of the street. The city spends a tremendous amount of money, usually filtered through nonprofits, to help to assist persons like yourself to get off the street. As far as PAD is concerned, I voted for the funding for PAD every time that it has come up. And I haven't spoken to the administration. I haven't spoken to anyone from PAD. I haven't spoken to any of the supporters of PAD that did an open records request against myself, Ms. Overstreet, and Ms. Boone. But I would suspect that the reason why their contract is gone to procurement is because since PAD's founding, they have gotten what is normally called a sole source contract. And those contracts, though I think the law department, I stand corrected by the law department, but when we issue a sole source contract, regardless of the service, whether it's for pre-arrest diversion, paving a street, putting in pipes, whatever it is, we can only issue a sole source contract so many times before we run out of our legal permission to do so. If we have a vendor who's been a sole source vendor, ultimately, regardless of how great the service that they provide is, ultimately, bound by state law, we would ultimately have to put that contract out to bid. So it doesn't matter if PAD was paving the streets with gold and trimming them with platinum. Ultimately, because of our procurement rules and the procurement rules of the state of Georgia, their contract would have to be put out to bid. And I would suspect, and again, I haven't talked to anyone from the administration, anyone from PAD, or even the law department, but based on my experience, because I've raised this question in the public safety meeting the second and third time that PAD's contract came up for a vote, and I voted to support PAD, that this issue ultimately would come up. And so I live downtown too, right? I've suffered from being homeless myself. When I was a young man, I alienated my family. I was married, I had a young child, and I had to live in my car. So I understand what it's like to be out with your family and not have those resources. And every time I've had the opportunity to either fund or contribute, either through my church, Antioch North over there on Northside Drive, I've tried to do what I can. And my commitment to you here today is that as long as people allow me to be here, I'll continue to do so. And if you need help and a resource, if you've got a phone, I'll give you my personal numbers right now. Do you have a pen?
No, I don't have one. I get one. I get one.
No, I'll give you one right now. Hold on.
Yeah,
Y'all got a pen for him? Jay Wesley Day has it, but I'll put, just so the public knows it, my home phone number is 404-589-1452.
The question I'm just...
Well, go ahead. Well, let me get these numbers out and then ask your question. My office number is 404-330-6770. My city cell phone is 404-274-8111. My personal cell phone is 678-886-2286 for anybody that wants it. They can call, reach me that way. And of course, my email address is mbond@atlantaga.gov. And your question, sir?
Yeah, all of that is fine and good. All that information is fine and good. Because 9 times out of 10, you probably won't answer because you're so important, so you're going to send you to your voice.
Well, you can ask Mr.
Hold on, let me
Day
finish.
if I answer
Let me
my
finish.
phone.
You was finished.
Yes, sir, I will. I'll yield.
The important question is, for all this money that you give to Fulton County Jail or the police department, why do y'all don't give it to the homeless and help them get in their buildings down there that's empty? We're not talking about...
Okay, well, I'll answer your question.
Okay.
As I said earlier, the city of Atlanta has funded housing revenue bonds almost in the tune of almost $600 million, almost $700 million. The city currently has plans, I think, at 2 Peachtree Street and several other downtown buildings to renovate them for affordable housing. The Atlanta Housing Authority, and this came up in our last committee meeting, in our Community Development Committee meeting. The Housing Authority, when it was created back in the 1930s, is supposed to be the city's vehicle for creating and maintaining affordable housing for the public. But HUD rules, federal rules, prevent all housing authorities that receive federal funding across the country from creating transitional, temporary, or housing for the homeless. And one of the things that I have pressed our federal representatives about is changing that rule because they're the ones that exclusively, as an authority, they actually have more power than the city of Atlanta to create and finance those types of things that you suggest. But there are efforts underway within the city of Atlanta to do the things that you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Emling.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Next up is Terrence Turner. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Stephen Emley, sorry.
And Antonio, how can I expect these white people?
Thank you, Mr. Day. You've had your time, Mr. Day. Mr. Day, you've had your time.
And I've met with every
Mr. Day, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Day. Mr. Day, you're out of order.
My black people not gonna do nothing. I can't even talk.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Mr. Emily.
Take care of your own. Have your own people back.
Mr. Day,
And
thank
like I said,
you.
girls and boys.
Mr. Emily, you have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Eimel. I came here today to speak about 24R4212. And on that, I'm just going to say that the scooters are not the problem here. And preventing their use is not going to stop the crimes committed with them. During the last Transportation Committee meeting, an APD officer said in reference to that legislation, quote, "We see a different breed of people using those scooters after midnight," end quote. And now I'm not here to litigate what he meant by that, or why he felt comfortable saying that out loud. But if that's what some of APD is saying in public, the bias they're showing out loud, then they don't need to be serving people whose only crime is being homeless and in need. Atlanta needs PAD. Every single nonprofit and advocacy group that comes up here and talks to y'all says that. They need the people that have been doing this work for the past 4 years in this city. They're the only ones who are doing it and doing it right. The longer we keep kicking the can down the road, the worse it's going to get for people's lives who we can affect today and now. We need to stop looking at PAD like a line item and start looking at it like an investment in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Terrence Turner. You have up to 2 minutes.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? My Aunt Toma, he basically took the words out of my mouth about this homeless situation. Y'all walk past us every day, and a lot of us are not bad people. We'll say good morning, good afternoon, and I'm glad Pat's here to hear this about all them abandoned buildings, all the stuff y'all building around this city. I'm born and raised in Atlanta, 85 Grady, baby. Stewart Avenue. All this stuff y'all building around this city, all that money, y'all could have opened up a lot of buildings, homeless shelters. And like Pink was saying about the veterans, I'm a dual service, Navy and Army. I just got denied my benefits. That's why I'm back out here on the street. I'm my mama's only child. Out of my grandma's 11 kids, I'm my mama's only child. I got cousins. They got brothers and sisters, not me. So my family is not looking out for me. The VA is not looking out for me. I have to keep going back to back to back to try to put in for my benefits. But like I said, man, all these abandoned buildings around here, man, y'all can do something to help us out. Matter of fact, we got elderly people out here. I was here, I want to say this is my second time on the street. When we was living right across, we had the tents right across from the courthouse. An elderly man died in his tent from freezing. Y'all know it's getting cold, man. Somebody do something for us.
His name was Mr. Robert. He ain't a man. His name is Mr. Robert.
I ain't know that. But yeah,
Died right here on the sidewalk.
right on the sidewalk in his tent. And that's when the people came out. Fox 5, Channel 2, a guy, he's another veteran. He put me in the video, but that situation didn't work out because they didn't really support us. That video on Westlake, that was trash.
Time has expired.
Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you. Next will be Demetrius Brewer.
That'll be me.
You have up to 2 minutes.
I just want to name a few names right quick. Nicole Smith, Bridget Thompson, and Aaron Robertson. They died right out here on this sidewalk, right in front of y'all eyes. Y'all walk past these folks every day. Y'all stand right there at the shadow bus. Y'all won't even speak to us. Even though we say hello, how y'all doing? You know. Y'all forgot about them people that froze to death. I just came home for doing 30 years from Smith State Prison. I went in October the 13th, 1990. I just got released like 3 years ago, January 11, 2021. And I had to come out of the transition center located on Ponce de Leon, out homeless, because Georgia Department of Correction did not want to give me the correct ID so I could get started. So I had nothing. So I found, help you out, Pat. And with they help, they support, they love that they showed me. They did. They took me to a program way over here on County Road, made Motel 6 a whole program. They did. And it took me 90 days to get in my apartment out here in the Premier Club off Roosevelt Highway. I did that whole year out there. I had moved. They got me in a house right over here on Ashby in Pear Meadow. Big old white pretty house. I never imagined anything like that, man. But how long we got to stand by and watch my brothers and stuff out here on the sidewalk die? It ain't cool. It getting cold like right now. I do agree with my brothers. Take one of these buildings and make it useful. We got another youth over here on Bankhead. YMCA, it been closed. I walk through my city. This is my house. It's my backyard, for real. I'm not up here on no problems, no altercation, or nothing. I'm just sharing with y'all what y'all don't see out here, man.
Time has expired.
Thank y'all.
Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to be quick, I know with our veterans in the room, for those of y'all that don't know, before I joined the Atlanta City Council, I spent over a decade working with military veterans who are suffering from homelessness, suffering from mental health challenges, suffering from employment issues. I would love to chat with y'all and make sure y'all get my information, because I know if y'all have some challenges with the VA or VEO or any other organization, there are a lot of organizations out there, so I want to make sure y'all get the help y'all need with military services. So I'm going to step out, and I would love to talk with y'all real quick.
Really appreciate it.
Next up will be Reverend Siegfried White. You have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Well, today has been a challenging day for me to hear all of the people come up and speak, especially as it relates to PAD. You know what? I believe that the city of Atlanta has been listening to Reverend White. I really do. Because I have been underneath that bridge, right across the street from Gateway. I've had my video. I've sent things to Councilman Dozier. I've sent things to Councilman Boone. I've sent things to Michael Jr. Bond. I believe you guys been listening to me. Because what I'm hearing today about this organization called PAD. Now, I know the director, Ms. White. I have called her. I have talked with her. I've asked to partner with PAD. I've asked. The reason why Reverend White was locked up, not going to jail, but because Reverend White wanted to take a group of men to the Atlanta Medical Center. And the police gave me a criminal trespass. Why? The officer name is McKissick. And the reason why, no pun intended, not because I wanted to smoke marijuana, not because I was drunk, not because I was upset, because I had 12 men in my van who was underneath the bridge. And I wanted to take them to the Atlanta Medical Center. The mayor said he's turned this into Atlanta to a homeless shelter. After Fox 5, Channel 5 did a news story on me, I was asked to come to the medical center. And I was set up. And they called the police on me. I went to, and I was charged with disorderly conduct. Ms. Boone, I want you to know they found me. When I went to trial, they found me convicted. They convicted me. They found me guilty of impeding the sidewalk. They found me guilty. Why? Because I showed videos and I was underneath the bridge trying to help those men
and women's underneath the bridge. And we comply with our officer. So what I'm saying, I believe the city of Atlanta have been listening to me. What are you saying, Reverend White? I'm saying Pat has been asking for money. I have called Pat. I've been out there. The way Concerned Ed got started because a homeless man died on Campbellton Road. And that's how we started Not On My Watch ministry. And please, I'm asking, not for me, if I can partner with Pat, if I can work with Pat, because Reverend White is not going to stop. He's not going to stop helping the homeless people. And Mrs. Boone, Councilman Boone, you know, I got to say this. I got to say it, Ms. Boone. You know I came to you just this week, and I had homeless people, and I wanted to work on the campaign, of Harrison campaign. And you told me that I couldn't work. You told me, Ms. Boone, that these women, the homeless man,
Time's expired.
and the homeless person I had with me, you said there was no job.
Time is
So
expired,
these
Reverend White.
homeless people, and also the old Adamsfield Recreation Center, that need to be an investigation because
Thank
that
you, Reverend White. Your
recreation
time has
center
expired.
was closed.
Thank you, Reverend
when
White.
I brought homeless men there.
Thank you.
The old recreation center was closed.
Thank you.
So we're going to keep on doing the work. We're going to keep fighting.
Thank you, Reverend White. Your
and
time
we're
has
not going to
expired.
stop helping the homeless people.
Thank you. Next will be Christina Lazar. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Lazar, and again, I am here to support PAD. The constant theme that I've been hearing, and you all have been hearing today, is that the most important part of your job is to listen to the people. We have heard passionate testimonies from folks who've worked with PAD, lives have been changed. Mr. Lewis, Mr. Bond, you also have shared your support of PAD, but yet we are still here discussing the fate of a necessary, essential program. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. We, the people, have made it abundantly clear that we need PAD. And as we sit here on the eve of one of the most important elections of our lives, I implore you to help us restore our faith in democracy again. Listen to us. Reinstate PAD's contract. It's very simple. It's not complicated. There's nothing that needs to be changed. Listen to us. We need PAD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be someone who signed up with an acronym, NOWG. Nope. Next up will be Dominique Grant. Next will be Chris Johnson. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Chris Johnson. I am the Director of Communications for the Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network, the agency that since 1990 has been the voice of the mental health recovery community here in Georgia. We're nationally and internationally recognized as the founders of the Certified Peer Specialist training that most of the certified peer specialists at PAD have gone through, and most certified peer specialists in the world have gone through. 44 other states recognize the Georgia model as it is known as the certifying exam for Medicaid in their states for certified peer specialist services. But I'm here today as a person who is myself in recovery from a mental health concern. I live my life today because someone who received peer support provided it to me. Just very quickly, I want to make sure that you all understand the difference between peer support and other services that are provided clinically. I don't care who provides me my prescription once every 6 months at a 15-minute appointment. That person doesn't need to know me. They need to know chemistry, and they need to understand the body, right? But the person I call at 3 o'clock in the morning because I'm 3 months sober, 6 months into my mental health recovery, that person does need to know me. They need to understand me, and those relationships develop over time. Pat has developed those relationships, and Pat did so because they listened to the community. Pat is an Atlanta-based, Atlanta-formed community organization, and if you look back at the results of the Fulton County Crisis Coalition outcomes, the survey, you will find that Pat has responded in a way that allows them and no other organization to serve the people of Atlanta, and there will be negative outcomes if a provider that has not been through that process with them is substituted for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Rachel Stanley. No? Okay. That concludes our remarks from the public. I want to thank everyone who came forward today to speak before council. Next, we will move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of council. I, Corinne Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, October 21st, 2024, and the special call meeting held on Wednesday, October 30th, 2024, are true and correct.
If there are no changes or additions to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the journal?
Council President, we can take that by a roll call vote.
We can do it via unanimous consent without objection. Is there any objection to the motion to adopt the journal? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
9 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Item number 1 is 24C 5136. This is a communication from Harry Akoa, Dean of the Atlanta Metropolitan State College School of Arts and Sciences, submitting the appointment of Mr. Edward Hightower to serve as a member of the Commission to determine an appropriate manner in which to honor the sesquicentennial centennial anniversary of the 1st Regiment of U.S. Colored Troops formed in Atlanta by Bishop Henry McKeel Turner. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Will the item follow that course?
Item number 2 is 24C 5137. This is the communication from Elizabeth Coyle, Chair of Beltline Network, Inc., submitting the appointment of Mr. David Hamilton to serve on the Atlanta Beltline Tax Allocation Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development and Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
Item number 3 is 24C 5138. This is a communication from Leona Barr Davenport, President and CEO of Atlanta Business League, submitting the appointment of Ms. Judy Walker to serve on the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
That concludes communication items,
Is there any
Mr. President.
legislation for vetoed legislation for consideration?
There are none.
Any unfinished business?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 1. These are items that begin on page 4 of the materials. They are all items for second reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to adopt. But first, let me ask if there are items to be removed from the consent agenda. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to remove item number 6 on page 524-0-1591. Then item number 2 on page 924-R-4290. And then lastly, item number 6 on page 1024R-4426.
Did you say the 4426? Was that the final one?
4426.
4426, great. Those 3 items are noted. Any other items for removal from the consent agenda, section 1? I'd entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, with the 3 items removed. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, with 3 items removed? Okay, we're having system issues, so I'm going to call a roll call vote on that. Councilmember Winston, how do you vote on the motion to adopt? Councilmember Amos? Councilmember Juan? Councilmember Shook? Councilmember Norwood? Councilmember Hillis, Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Overstreet, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Bond, Councilmember Westmoreland.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda section 1 with the 3 items removed carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda section 2. This begins on page 32 of the materials. These are items for first reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to refer. First, let me ask if there are any of these items to be removed from the consent agenda section 2. Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to refer these items. Moved by Councilmember Norwood, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda section 2? We will do this by voice vote again as the system's still down. Councilmember Winston.
Aye.
Councilmember Amos. Councilmember Wan. Councilmember Shook. Councilmember Norwood. Councilmember Hillis. Councilmember Boone. Councilmember Overstreet. Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Westmoreland.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We will now move to the report of standing committees. First up today will be the City Utilities Committee. Chair Lewis.
Thank you, President. Good afternoon. Please turn to page 37 of your full council agenda for the standing committee report for the City Utilities Committee for item number 1. 24R3849, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Carrier Overstreet authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Sixth Amendment to RFP S1210111 Green Infrastructure and Landscape Services with Marani Enterprises, LLC, DBA, ED, Castro Landscape, for landscaping services at various facilities on behalf of the Department of Public Works to add funding in the amount of $3,834,418.48. All contractor work shall be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account listed herein and for other purposes. Motion to file.
Motion coming out of committee to file 24-R-3849. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. I think we still need to do a voice vote. So let me call a voice vote on the motion to file 24-R-3849. Councilmember Winston. Councilmember Faroki. Councilmember Amos. Councilmember Wan. Councilmember Shook. Councilmember Norwood. Councilmember Hillis. Councilmember Boone. Councilmember Overstreet. Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Westmoreland.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
What's the count?
11,
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Lewis, 12 yeas.
Oh, Councilmember Lewis is 12. 12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to remove 24R-4311 from the from being held, and I'm requesting we go into Committee of the Whole to be able to amend this legislation.
There's a motion by Councilmember Norwood to move into Committee of the Whole to deal with an item that is held in the committee itself. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Faroki. Is there any discussion on the motion to move into Committee of the Whole? We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to move into Committee of the Whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move into Committee of the Whole.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move into Committee of the Whole carries. We are now in Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to address this?
And so should I sound the caption first?
Sure. Well, yeah, you can go ahead and sound the caption. That's fine.
The item pulled off held to be taken in Committee of the Whole is 24R4311, item number 6, page 38. A resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood as amended by the City Utilities Committee establishing an infrastructure sustainability task force to partner with the administration and subject matter experts to review and improve the sanitary sewer and combined sewer infrastructure in District 8 as well as to address the rehabilitation of Peachtree Creek, a major urban creek in the city of Atlanta, and to make recommendations for quality of life and health enhancements for city residents, visitors, and businesses, and for other purposes.
Councilmember Norwood.
Thank you. It was to change some language in the original legislation, which went to committee last week. The administration has approved this, the law department has approved it, and so it was removing some language. It does not change the intent of the legislation, so I make a motion to amend, please.
There's a motion to amend by Councilmember Norwood, 24-R-4311. There was a second where Councilmember Westmoreland seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend this item? I'm going to let us do this via unanimous consent if there's any objection. Any objection to the motion to amend? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
And then I would make a motion to adopt as amended, please.
There's a motion to adopt 24-R-4311 as amended by Councilmember Norwood. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk?
One moment.
Yep. Open the vote, please, on the motion to adopt as amended 24-R-4311. Thank you, though.
One moment, please.
After we come out, then we'll have to motion to approve the actions in the committee of the whole. Yeah, so we got 2 more steps.
The vote is open.
You need to just tell her because she didn't move it.
Lewis is yes.
Thank you. Twelve yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries. Councilmember Norwood?
Would you like me to make the motion to come out of the committee of the whole?
I would certainly entertain that motion.
All right.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Norwood to move out of committee of the whole, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to end committee of the whole? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move out of committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move out of committee of the whole carries. We are now back into regular session. We are still within the city utilities report. I would entertain a motion to approve all the actions taken in the committee of the whole.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Norwood, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the action taken in committee of the whole? Councilmember Lewis.
So I would like to say that this resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood was innovation and intentional. I truly appreciate this. I think that as a city, we need to actually take this and use it as a city. I think the only thing is going to stretch. It's going to stretch the folks that we have, but it's so needed. As a new chair of utilities, I've seen some of our water issues and some of our stormwater issues across the city, and I'm glad you're tackling it in your district, and I can't wait until we're able to use this tool as a city, but we're going to need the administration to do that portion. Thank you again.
Any other discussion on the motion to approve the actions in committee of the whole? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. We can do this unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to approve the actions in committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve the actions committee of the whole carries. We're still on the city utilities report.
Okay, Mr. President,
I think you're done.
Mr. President, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. Next up will be CDHS. We have the items that were pulled from consent, I believe. So Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President.
To come out. It was to come out.
Colleagues, the first item, 24-0-1591, item number 6 on page 5, an ordinance by Council members Jason Winston and Amir Faroki as amended by the Community Development Human Services Committee, authorizing a transfer in an amount not to exceed $125,000.00 from the District 2 discretionary fund account to the Department of Parks and Recreation for the purpose of installing pickleball courts in Central Park and for other purposes. Colleagues, I'd like to make a motion to refer to the CDHS committee.
There's a motion by Councilman Winston to refer 24-0-1591 to CDHS. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to refer? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to refer this item.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you. Next item is 24-R-4290. This is item number 2 on page 9. A resolution by Community Development and Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta Department of Parks and Recreation to enter into an intergovernmental agreement for joint use of facilities for recreation, athletic, and educational purposes between the Atlanta Independent School System and the City of Atlanta for the purpose of creating cooperative relationship for the implementation of mutually beneficial initiatives that support APS students. Colleagues, Parks and Recreation is still working on this agreement and has asked that we hold this in the breast of council, so I'd like to make a motion to hold in the breast of council.
There's a motion by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember Juan to hold 24-R-4290 in the breast of council. That's not debatable, and it takes 10 affirmative votes. So we will move directly to a vote. An affirmative vote is yes on holding in the breast of council, and no would be not to hold in the breast of council. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to move to hold this in the breast of council.
One moment. One moment. We're still having system issues. Can we take it the?
Sure, we can do a voice vote on this one. So again, the motion is to hold this item in the breast of council. Councilmember Winston?
Aye.
Councilmember Faroki? Councilmember Amos? Councilmember Dozier? Councilmember Juan? Councilmember Shook? Councilmember Norwood? Councilmember Hillis? Councilmember Boone? Councilmember Overstreet? Councilmember Lewis? Councilmember Bond? Councilmember Westmoreland?
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to hold in breast of council carries.
Thank you. Next item, 24-R-4426, item number 6 on page 10, a resolution by Community Development and Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to accept a donation from Savannah's College of Art and Design to the Department of Parks and Recreation. A mural to be painted on the tennis hitting wall located at Bitsy Grant Tennis Center, valued at approximately $3,000.00 and for other purposes. Colleagues, in discussions with the District 8 council member, I'd like to make a motion to refer to CDHS.
There's a motion by Councilor Winston, seconded by, who is that? Councilor Norwood, thank you. To refer 24-R-4426 to CDHS. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to refer? Madam Clerk, please sound the count unanimous consent on the motion to refer this item.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you, Council President. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be the Transportation Committee. Chair Amos.
Yes, Mr. President, I have 2 items. The first item is 24-0-1564, item number 1 on page 43. Ordinance by Transportation Committee waiving section 2-1187 source selection of the City Code of Ordinance to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into an amendment to number 2 to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis for a period up to 6 months, effective February 28, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $10,250,000, and to recognize the change of control, the name of the vendor, VGS2 MATL joint venture under FC-10-278 fuel storage facility and fueling facility operation agreement at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the account listed herein, and for other purposes. This comes out of committee, favorable for adoption. Make a motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 24-0-1564 coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, can we open the vote on the motion to adopt this item?
The vote is open. And this is it, yes. The vote's closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. The next one is 24-R-4212, item 43 on page 2, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis as substituted by the Transportation Committee requesting that the Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation amend Section V11D-11 of the Administrative Regulation for Shareable Dockless Mobility Devices 2021 annual permit holders to implement a citywide no-ride zone from the hours of 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. daily and for other purposes. This come out of the committee, favorable for adoption.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-4212. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Boone is here. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ends my report.
Thank you. Next up will be the Finance Exec Committee. Chair Shook. Oh, Councilor Lewis? Hold on just a second, Councilor Shook. Councilor Lewis.
I just want to say thank you to my colleagues, and also thank you to the Department of Transportation for the infrastructure fixes we've had in the city of Atlanta. I think that since the original, when they slowed down the hours, when they decreased the amount of hours that the vehicles were available, I think that we've actually increased our protected bike lanes in the city. I think we've increased our roads in the city. As an avid scooter rider, I'm extremely happy about this, so thank you again to my colleagues.
Councilor Shook.
All right, thank you. Number one is 24C5125. This is a communication from Daniel Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the City Auditor's Office fiscal FY25 audit schedule. Motion is to accept and file.
There's a motion committee to accept and file 24-C-5125. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to accept and file this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to accept and file? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to accept and file carries.
Thank you. 24-0-1571 is an ordinance by Boone, Bond, Lewis, Hillis, Overstreet, Winston, Shook, Juan, and Amos, is substituted amended by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, and is amended by Finance Exec Committee, authorizing the mayor and the CFO to execute a secured financing agreement with Regions Capital Advantage, Inc., or an affiliate thereof, to provide for the city's acquisition of 11 fire trucks on behalf of Atlanta Fire Rescue, provided that the principal component shall be an amount not to exceed $17,900,000, to authorize the CFO to amend the FY25 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations, and for other related purposes. This comes forward favorable on substituted and amended on condition that we receive an update regarding all of the both the recently acquired fire apparatus as well as those that have been ordered on order and those that we are waiting on. And that spreadsheet was emailed to all of us earlier, and so I will move approval.
There's a motion to adopt 24-0-1571 by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, motion to adopt carries.
All right, next we have 24-0-1585, and I will move to bring a substitute forward.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute for 24-0-1585 by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to bring forth the substitute? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays, motion to bring forth substitute carries.
All right, substitute, which is before us, reads as follows. This is a ordinance by Mr. Westmoreland, substituted by the Atlanta City Council, waiving the code section indicated here to authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with Synergips on behalf of the Atlanta City Council Post 2 at-large office for a period of 9 months, retroactively effective October 1 of this year, ending June 30th of next, to ratify services rendered in connection with the agreement from October 1 of this year. All contracted services shall be charged to and paid from the council herein and for other purposes. The substitute plugs in the not to exceed amount and adds supplier information and other terms. I will move approval as substituted.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook to adopt 24-0-1585 substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt a substitute of this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt a substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed.
Councilmember Norwood's an aye. I believe Councilmember Norwood, you and I. Councilmember Norwood's an aye.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt a substitute carries.
All right, thank you. Because of the Veterans Day upcoming, there will be no FEC briefing on Monday morning. However, the Finance Exec Committee will meet at its regularly scheduled Wednesday 1:30 time, and that is all.
Thank you. Next up will be Committee on Council, Vice Chair Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 7 items coming before us on today's report. Communications, if there's no objections, take items 1 through 5 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1, 24-C-5121, a communication from the Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Sean Norman to serve as a member of the License Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 24-C-5123, a communication from Councilmember Jason Dozier, District 4, appointing Mr. Jason Allen to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Fatherhood, Men and Boys. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 24-C-5128, a communication from Councilmembers Marcia Carrier Overstreet, District 11, Antonio Lewis, District 12, appointing Mr. Devin Davis to serve as a member of the Water and Sewer Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. 24-C-5129, a communication from Council Members Howard Shook, District 7, Mary Norwood, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large, reappointing Mr. Earl Young to serve as a member of the Water and Sewer Appeal Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on October 1st, 2024, and expiring September 30th, 2026. And 24-C-5134, a communication from Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large, appointing Ms. Bernella Nuruddin to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. All coming out favorable unanimously.
There's a motion to adopt these 5 to accept these 5 communications. Does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept these 5 communications? Since each communication, we do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to accept these? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on these 5 items.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries.
Thank you. Next items, Communication Resolution 24-R-4194. A resolution by the Committee on Council appointing Ms. Sarah McCauley as the Atlanta City Council appointee to the Atlanta Beltline Design Review Committee as the appointee designated for a member of the public who is an urban planner for a term of 2 years and for other purposes. This coming out unanimously favored to adopt.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-4194. Doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Last one is Resolution 24-R-4435, a resolution by the Committee on Council to accept the report and recommendations of the City of Atlanta 2026-2029 term of office elected officials compensation committee regarding the salaries of the 2026 incoming City of Atlanta Mayor, City Council President, Atlanta City Council members, Atlanta Board of Education Chair, Atlanta Board of Education Vice Chair, and the Atlanta Board of Education members, and for other purposes. Motion is to accept and file.
The motion coming out of committee is to accept and file 24-R-4435. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept and file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to accept and file? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to accept and file carries.
Thank you, sir. That's the end of the Committee on Council, but if I could follow leadership, Mr. Shook, and go back to my chair's report for transportation, there will not be a transportation briefing on this coming Monday due to the holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. And at the end of the meeting, I'll just update everybody, given the Veterans Day schedule next week. Next up, standing committees will be zoning report. Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 4 items for second read. The first 3 can be taken as a block without objection.
Please proceed.
Item number 1, 240-1458Z2461, Flat Shoals Road Southeast. This ordinance to zone annex land having frontage in Flat Shoals Road Southeast to MR1, R4, and C1 districts. Item number 2, 240-1531, MRPA 2401, 1501 Whitewater Creek Road Northwest. This ordinance is to allow the construction of a new single-family dwelling with auxiliary garages, a pool, motor court, and driveway. Item number 3, 240-1567. It's a text amendment to adopted language to amend 240-1019 to correct the caption and including a waiver of section 16-34.024 to allow a pedestrian bridge or tunnel. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt these 3 items. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 3 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items carries.
Number 4, 240-1560. It's a text amendment from adopted legislation to amend 240-1242 to correct the caption in section 1 of the ordinance to remove reference to the Westside Park Affordable Workforce Housing Overlay. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt as amended.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt as amended 24-0-1560. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. Mr. Bond?
Councilor Bond.
Closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Thank you. With 0 ordinances for first read, that concludes our report.
Thank you. Finally, today will be Public Safety and Legal Administration. Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have no report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will move to personal papers. We don't have any, I don't see any for immediate consideration, so we'll move to those to be referred. Sadly, I cannot let Councilmember Shook go first, even though he recently celebrated a birthday, because the clerk continues to request they be in a certain order to expedite the process. So we'll start with Councilman Ramos.
Thank you, sir. AMS ID 36718, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to delineate and designate in connection with the 2025 college football playoff quarterfinal Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl and the 2025 college football playoff national championship entertainment events a certain area of downtown Atlanta as temporary public entertainment district between the dates of December 26, 2024 through January 24, 2025 to prohibit distribution of free commercial products within the designated area, to prohibit cruising in the designated area, and for other purposes.
ALMS ID 36718 will be referred to the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee.
AMS ID 36717. Ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee or the chief procurement officer or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to acquire from the Conservation Fund 2 parcels of land comprising approximately 0.093 aggregated acres of real estate located at 348 Oliver Street Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30314, Fulton County, tax ID listed, and 0 Oliver Street Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30314, Fulton County, tax ID listed, for the expansion of the park commonly known as Katherine Johnson Memorial Park for a total purchase price not to exceed $197,722.60, authorizing the mayor or his designee and the chief procurement officer or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to execute all documents necessary to acquire the property, authorizing acquisition, due diligence, closing costs, signage, demolition, site stabilization, and other site development costs to be paid from the city park impact fee West account. Amending the 2025 General Governmental Capital Overlay Fund budgets in the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Department of Finance Park West Service District by transferring to and from the various accounts listed, waiving Section 2-1541D of Article 10 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Code of Ordinance, and for other purposes.
ALMS ID 36717 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
AMS ID 36773, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, waiving Part 2, Code of Ordinance, General Ordinance, Chapter 2, Administrative, Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code, Division 7, Section 2-1292E of the City Code, Atlanta City Code, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute Amendment Number 1 to Agreement listed Bankhead Avenue Overhead Bridge demolition with E.R. Snell Contractor Incorporated on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to add funding for continued demolition of the bridge in an amount not to exceed $1,900,000. All constructed work to be charged to and paid from various funds, department, organizations, and account numbers listed herein, and for other purposes.
ALMS ID 36773 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
AMS ID 36779, a resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for IFB CONDOT 2402-1240228 unpaved roads Phase 1, Group 2 with BRTU Construction on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 365 days, and with 1 new renewal options in the amount not to exceed $3,488,784.50. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the funds, department, organization, and account numbers listed, and for other purposes.
ALMS ID 36779 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And finally, AMS 36795, a resolution to support, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution to support the Atlanta Business League's visionary development project known as the Heritage Trail, located at Martin Luther King Jr. Drive corridor and for other purposes.
Items ID 36795 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have ELMS ID number 36714, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, waiving Part 2, Code of Ordinances, General Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 10, Division 4 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to ratify services rendered in connection with Agreement FC 8919, Annual Contract for Security Guard Services with Thorpe Building Services Incorporated, All-in-One Security Services Incorporated, a JV beginning June 14, 2024, through the execution of the Sixth Amendment to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute the Sixth Amendment to the agreement on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management, Public Works, and Transportation to extend the term of the agreement for a period up to 8 months retroactively, effective from June 13, 2024 to February 13, 2025, to add funds to the agreement in the amount not to exceed $5,175,767.30. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the department, organization, and account numbers herein listed, and for other purposes.
Items ID 36714 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Have ELMS ID number, looks like 36715, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to amend ordinance 2401456, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on September 16, 2024, and approved by the operation of law per City Charter Section 2-403 on September 17, 2024, to add to the Sugar Creek Basin Outfall Trunk Replacement Project in the scope of work of the agreement and for other purposes.
Items ID 36715 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
All right. Have ELMS ID number 36755, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor or his designee, including the chief sustainability officer, to accept a grant award funds from the U.S. Department of Energy's Energy Efficient Conservation Block Grant in the amount not to exceed $528,330.00 for the purpose of implementing the energy efficiency and conservation programs in historically underserved communities in the city of Atlanta, authorizing the chief financial officer to amend the 2025 intergovernmental grant fund budget to anticipate and appropriate the grant funds, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an agreement to accept the grant and to implement the grant project with the U.S. Department of Energy and grant sub-recipients and for other purposes.
Items ID 36755 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Okay. Have ELMS ID 36784, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing a donation, total amount not to exceed $1,000.00 from the Post-One at Large Carry Forward account to In the Action Incorporated and Boys to men and girls to win pursuant Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Council ID 36784 will be referred to the FEC.
All right. Elms ID number 36787, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing a donation in the total amount not to exceed $500.00 from the Post-Wanted Large Carry Forward account to the National Alumni Association of Spelman College, Incorporated, to support the Gene Foster Scott Scholarship pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Council ID 36787 will be referred to the FEC.
Mr. President, that concludes the papers I have for introduction.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 36677, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta, Atlanta Police Department to waive the competitive source selection requirements contained in Article of the Procurement Code to allow the Atlanta Police Department to enter into an agreement with Bradsfield and Gorey for security provisions at the Public Safety Training Center, all authorizing expenditure to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and accounts number listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36677 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID number 36756, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee, authorizing the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs to administer the municipal support for the arts program as required by Section 110-38 of the City of Atlanta Code on Ordinances through the provision of donations to eligible tax-exempt organizations and entities in individual amounts not to exceed $75,000 and a total amount to exceed $2 million for fiscal year 2025 in accordance with Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta Charter, authorizing the mayor or the executive director of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs as the mayor's designee to execute donation agreements with eligible tax-exempt organizations and entities necessary for the administration of the municipal support for the arts program for fiscal year 2025 on behalf of the City of Atlanta, to authorize the chief financial officer to charge to and pay the donations authored hereby from the account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36756 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID number 36711, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a contractual agreement for a sole source with Metropolitan Life, MetLife, for the purpose of providing FDSD coverage for first responders, crime technicians, and E911. This annual contract shall be funded in an amount not to exceed $469,612.00 annually. All contracted benefits will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and accounts number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36711 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms ID number 36777, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone to accept an anti-displacement grant award from the Rocket Community Fund for the purpose of providing property tax assistance to the City of Atlanta homeowners to anticipate and appropriate grant funds by amending the FY25 intergovernmental grant fund budget in an amount not to exceed $250,000 and 0 cents and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36777 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first item is Elms ID number 36792, an ordinance by council members Jason Dozier, Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Matt Westmoreland, Dustin Hillis, Byron D. Amos, Amir Faroki, Jason Winston, Mary Norwood, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, to rename Central Avenue Southwest starting from Decatur Street Southeast to Pryor Street Southwest to Shirley Clark Franklin Boulevard to waive certain provisions of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36792 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
The other item is Elms ID number 36781. An ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2025 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations remaining bond proceeds in the amount of $150,000 from bank balances of accrued interest from the 2015 General Obligation Public Improvement Bond issuance to fund art programs and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36781 will be referred to the FEC.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Elms ID 36627, a resolution by council members Faroki, Lewis, Overstreet, Amos, Westmoreland, Shook, Norwood, Winston, Bond, Bakhtiari. I may have missed some scribbles here. A resolution requesting that the Georgia General Assembly promote equitable access to rideshare and autonomous vehicle services for individuals with disabilities by giving municipalities the ability to require rideshare and autonomous vehicle companies to maintain wheelchair-accessible vehicles within their fleets and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36627 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 36794, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended by amending Chapter 16-18A SPI 1 Downtown Special Public Interest District Regulations to amend the permitted uses in Subarea 7, Fairleigh Poplar, to permit sales and leasing agencies for new and used cars and motorcycles as a permissible use, to require that the location of such uses be limited to multi-story buildings with accessory parking located in existing parking decks and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36794 will be referred to the Zoning and ZRB Committees. Next up, Councilmember Hillis.
First item is Elms 36788, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor, his designee, to execute a project management agreement with the West Side Howell Mill Community Improvement District, DBA Upper West Side Improvement District, for the Ellsworth Industrial Sidewalk Installation Project on behalf of the City of Atlanta Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed $530,303.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36788 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 36782, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis and Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a project management agreement with the West Side Howell Mill Community Improvement District, DBA Upper West Side Improvement District, for the 14th Street Sidewalk Installation Project on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation, an amount not to exceed $107,066.00. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36782 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 36786, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis and Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept grant award funds and amend the FY24 budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations from the United States Department of Transportation for the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity raise grant and an amount not to exceed $16 million and $0 for the funding of the Safely Linked Underserved Communities through Multimodal Improvements Project, and to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into an agreement with the United States Department of Transportation for grant acceptance and participation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36786 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms number 36789, a resolution by council members Dustin Hillis and Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a project management agreement with the West Side Howell Mill Community Improvement District for West Side Thrive, safely linking underserved Atlanta communities through a multimodal improvement project, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute all agreements related to West Side Thrive and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36789 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 36778, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to amend the fiscal year 2025 General Government Capital Outlay Fund budget on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation by transferring impact fee funds to transportation infrastructure projects in the sum of $20,509,087.00 for the purpose of modernizing traffic signals, communication corridors, complete streets, and intersection improvement projects to increase roadway system capacity and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36778 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Final item is Elms number 36793, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Matt Westmoreland, Antonio Lewis, Jason Dozier, Byron D. Amos, Amir Faroki, Jason Winston, Mary Norwood, Alex Wan, and Howard Shook to rename Westside Reservoir Park to Shirley Clark Franklin Park to waive certain provisions of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36793 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Completes my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Elms 36790, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $35,000 from the District 8 discretionary account to Atlanta Memorial Park Conservancy pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to authorize the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36790 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms 36791, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $27,000.00 from the District 8 discretionary account to the Atlanta Memorial Park Conservancy pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to authorize the Chief Financial Officer, his designee, to make the donation here, authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36791 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Councilmember Overstreet.
Elms ID number 36754, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance supplementing the restated and amended master bond ordinance of the City of Atlanta adopted on March 20th, 2000, 99-0-1896, as previously amended and supplemented to provide for the establishment of the 2024 Airport Commercial Paper Program in connection with the issuance by the City of Atlanta of its third lien airport general revenue commercial paper notes from time to time in support of the airport's project encumbrance authority and for the purpose of financing on an interim basis in a whole or in a part the cost of planning, engineering, designing, acquiring, constructing, and equipping certain improvements to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport to authorize the issuance by the City of Atlanta of its third lien airport revenue, general revenue commercial paper notes, Series P, Series Q, in an aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $450 million outstanding at any time to designate the initial letter of credit providers with regard to the 2024 Airport Commercial Paper Program to authorize the form of letter of credit and reimbursement agreements and related fee agreements for the repayment of advances made on the city's behalf in regard to the Series P notes and Series Q notes to designate the initial commercial paper dealers and an issuing and paying agent to approve forms in an issuing and paying agency agreement, commercial paper dealer agreement, and certain other agreements in connection with the Series P notes and Series Q notes to authorize the preparation, distribution, and use of an offering memorandum in connection with the offering of sales of the Series P notes and Series Q notes to authorize the City of Atlanta's general revenue bonds, Series P and Series Q, to be issued if and to the extent required to pay the principal of an accrued interest on the Series P notes and Series Q notes at maturity, all of the all to the extent deemed to be in the best interest of the city, of the finance officer, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36754 will be referred to the FEC.
Thank you. M's numbers 36783, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed blank from the District 11 forward carry forward account to Greenbrier Mall to support the 2024 Thanksgiving Carnival and Turkey Giveaway pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36783 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms ID number 36752, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet supplementing the restated and amended master bond ordinance of the City of Atlanta adopted on March 20th, 2000, 99-0-1896 as previously amended and supplemented to provide for the establishment of the 2024 Airport Short-Term Note Program in connection with the issuance from time to time by the City of Atlanta, its third lien Airport General Revenue Short-Term Notes Series 2024 STN A1 AMT, and its third lien Airport General Revenue Short-Term Notes Series 2024 STN A2 taxable in the combined aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $100 million outstanding at any time in support of the airport's ATL Next Plan Encumbrance Authority, and for the purpose of financing on an interim basis in the whole or in part the cost of the planning, engineering, designing, acquiring, constructing, and equipping certain improvements to the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport to authorize and approve a form revolving credit agreement and certain other agreements in connection with the 2024 Airport Short-Term Note Program to authorize the City of Atlanta General Revenue Bonds, AMT, and taxable to be issued as takeout bonds if and to the extent required to pay the principal of and accrued interest on the Series 2024 short-term notes at maturity, all to the extent deemed to be the best interest of the City of Atlanta by finance officer and for other related purposes.
Elms ID 36752 will be referred to the FEC.
Okay, ELMS ID number 36780, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet waiving Article 10, Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta's Code of Ordinances to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute contracts with sponsors, performers, artists, media outlets, venues, vendors necessary to effectuate the City of Atlanta's 2025 Atlanta Jazz Festival, the Atlanta Jazz Festival, and following the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs on behalf of the City of Atlanta to charge admission fees for select events at the Jazz Festival, to authorize the City of Atlanta to accept donations for the purpose of supporting the City of Atlanta's actions related to producing Jazz Festival events in the total amount not to exceed $500,000 through June 30th, 2025, FY25, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2025 trust fund budget in an amount not to exceed $500,000 and no cents, $550,000 and no cents by transferring funds from the general fund to support the Atlanta Jazz Festival, authorizing that all Jazz Festival contracted work shall be paid from and all revenues and expenses shall be deposited and expended from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 36780 will be referred to the FEC.
ELMS ID number 36698, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet to waive Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 2-910, grant applications to retroactively authorize and ratify the City of Atlanta's submission of grant applications to the Johns Hopkins University and Bloomberg Center for Public Innovation Bloomberg American Sustainable Cities Program on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Sustainability and Resilience to accept the BASC program grant award of the services of an innovation team for the purposes of developing an innovation strategy and a citywide vision for driving progress at the intersection of racial, wealth, equity, and climate action, to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements with the project partners and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36698 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee. Councilmember Shook. Thank you.
Elms 36748 is a resolution by Shook providing a call of a public meeting of the City Council of the City of Atlanta for consideration of certain ordinances which, if adopted and approved, will authorize the City of Atlanta to issue a not to exceed $4 million in aggregate principal amount of various purpose general obligation bonds, the publication of notice to the public of the call and holding of such meeting, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36748 will be referred to the FEC.
Elms 36774 is an ordinance by Shook and Juan authorizing the acquisition of right-of-way, permanent and/or temporary easements on, over, under, through, and with respect to certain real property necessary for the construction of an approximately 2.8-mile portion of the Beltline Northeast Trail, Segment 3, and connectors 1, 2, and 3, and 4 in the Beltline Northeast Corridor through the exercise of eminent domain pursuant to the declaration of taking method authorized by the Georgia Code listed here, to authorize the city attorney or her designee to institute said proceedings to acquire the property interest for public transportation use, including the engagement of outside counsel for the payment of just and adequate compensation to the applicable property owners in an amount not to exceed $19 million. All funds shall be charged to and paid from, etc.
Elms ID 36774 will be referred to the CDHS.
And Elms 36796, a resolution by Shook authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $70,000 from the District 7 Moving Atlanta Forward discretionary fund account to the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation, Inc., pursuant to the section of the code charter listed here and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36796 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
That is all.
Thank you. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Council President. First is Elms ID 36702, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to enter into the First Amendment to On-Call Entitlement Program Specialist for Federal Entitlement Grants agreement with Cone Resnick LLP to add funding awarded from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Healthy Homes Production Grant Program in an amount not to exceed $100,000.00 from the fiscal year 2024 lead hazard reduction capacity building grant programs in an amount not to exceed $100,000.00 for the purpose of providing technical expertise for federal grant management, project management support, and grant administration services. All contracted work shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36702 will be referred to the CDHS.
Elms ID 36716, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for the number listed Design Build Services Phase 2 with Ruby Collins Benchmark Joint Venture LLC on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management for a term for Phase 2 to commence from the date a notice to proceed issued for a period listed, calendar days for substantial completion, and numbers listed days, calendar days from notice to proceed for final completion in an amount not to exceed number dollars to be named later. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36716 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID 36785, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston appointing Mr. Gary B. Bridgman to serve as the chair of the City of Atlanta Defined Benefit Pension Plan Investment Board for a term of 5 years to begin on the date of confirmation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36785 will be referred to the FEC.
And lastly, Elms ID 36776, a resolution by Councilmembers Winston, Westmoreland, Faroki, and Juan, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority, which shall govern the authority's conduct of a study concerning the feasibility of the development of an LGBTQ community cultural, educational, and recreational center to be owned by the City of Atlanta and located on property owned by the City of Atlanta, to be operated by the authority of the City of Atlanta on City of Atlanta's behalf, and to be slated to open in the summer 2030 for a term of 1 year, which shall commence upon execution in an amount not to exceed $150,000. All payments to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed to other governments and for other purposes.
Council ID 36776 will be referred to the CDHS committee. I believe that's all papers for referral today. We'll move to general remarks. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to invite everyone to join us for cupcake and ice cream celebrating the birthday of our colleague, Councilmember Howard Shook. Cupcake and ice cream in the back. Thank you.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Did he say how old? No. Just want to make sure I'm giving a shout out to my D9 family. Today I stand in solidarity with all of the D9 as well as everyone, as I implore everyone to get out the vote. Tomorrow is Election Day, November the 5th. Don't sit at home, go vote. Everyone go vote. And it's not by chance that the stars are lined up. I have on my Commission on Women shirt today, thanks to Councilmember Boone. Just want to make sure that everyone knows that women have rights. All women, go vote tomorrow. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to be real quick, it was appropriate that the conversation around veteran services came up today during public comment because this Thursday, November 7th, right here at the City Hall atrium, Department of Human Resources is conducting a day-long celebration of our City of Atlanta veteran employees. We'll be doing the celebration portion beginning at 10:15 with a couple of remarks, and then in the afternoon, we'll be hosting a veteran-focused hiring fair. So if you know any veterans in your life that are interested in working for the City of Atlanta, even if they can't make the hiring fair, send them our way anyway. But we need more veterans in this building. And then happy Veterans Day, y'all. The next Monday is Veterans Day. So thank y'all.
Councilor Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to echo happy Veterans Day to all those who've put their lives on the line so that we can enjoy the freedoms that we have, the greatest exercise of our freedom being tomorrow, when we use the only power guaranteed to us under the United States Constitution, and that is to exercise our right to vote. That has been hard won over and over again, and it's worth defending. But it is meaningless if we don't use our power and go to the polls and exercise our right to vote. Before we meet again, I want to wish happy birthdays to a former member of this chamber, my Uncle James Bond, who served in District 4. And of course, his birthday is on Veterans Day, November the 11th. But also, when we talk about what women have done in our communities, the first woman to ever do anything for me will celebrate her birthday next Monday, November the 11th, my darling mother. And so I know that she is not watching this meeting, but I still want to wish her happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mama.
Thank you. Councilman Winston.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to thank all the District 1 businesses that participated in my recent diaper drive. Our goal was 5,000 diapers to collect for distribution, and we reached a goal, a total number of almost 7,000 diapers that we collected. To that point, this Saturday, I'll be partnering with Helping Mamas at the Villages of Carver Family YMCA from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., where we'll be doing a diaper distribution back to those who need it. So just asking those who need any essential baby diapers, baby supplies, come out to the Villages of Carver YMCA this Saturday from 11 to 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Amos.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, work anniversaries. We have one person, Miss Bridget Brown. Look like she's approaching 11 years with the city. So congratulations to her. And then last but not least, I'd like to thank everyone that came out for the second annual District 3 trunk or treat that took place during Halloween. Had the Masonic Lodge, my brothers from Exodus, Public Works came out, West Side Works, West Side on the Rise, Beulah Baptist Church. We had everyone just to come out and have a good time with the community. So just want to say thank you. Even Atlanta Fire Rescue came out as well. So just want to say thank you to all of our partners for that event.
Thank you. Next week, Monday, November 11th, as has been mentioned, is Veterans Day. City offices will be closed. There will be no city council committees next Monday, November 11th. So next week's city council committee schedule is as follows. City Utilities will meet on Tuesday, the 12th at 10 a.m. CDHS will meet on the 12th at 1 p.m. And Public Safety will meet on Tuesday, November 12th at 3:30 p.m. On Wednesday, Zoning will meet at 9:30 a.m., Transportation will meet at 10:30 a.m., and Finance Exec will meet at 1:30 p.m. And with that, we will call the closing roll. Madam Clerk.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large. Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1. Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8.